Chapter 203. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Lu Dong whispered in disdain. The scene was already silent, and everyone present was an expert. Lu Dong's words reached their ears, and most of them agreed with him. Just now, Ru Chong had already made it very clear that Jianghu could only be saved if an Earth Sovereign Realm expert expended his essence to help him expel the fire poison, or if there was a grade 5 eye soul pill. But now, Ling Xiao said that he could save Jianghu. Wasn't this a complete denial of Zhu Ruchong's judgment? First of all, everyone could see that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the difference between him and an Earth Sovereign Realm expert was like heaven and earth. The first condition was already impossible to fulfill. Could it be that Ling Xiao had a 5th grade elixir? This was simply the ravings of an idiot. In the northwest, the number of alchemists who had reached the 5th grade realm could be counted on one hand, and those were all great figures that were rarely seen in other large sections. And in their Purple Sky sect, the highest-ranked alchemist was Ling Xiao's master, Nangong Chengel, and he was only a 4th grade alchemist. Of course, it was impossible for him to refine a 5th grade Dan. Therefore, no one thought that Ling Xiao would have a 5th grade elixir. But they were all wondering why Ling Xiao was so daring as to boast in front of an elder. Didn't he know that talking nonsense was a crime of looking down on an elder? Elderly frowned and said, "Kid, although you have good intentions, there are some things that you can do and some things that you can't. Do you know that? All right, there's nothing else for you to do here, you can leave." "Elder, since he won't live past a day, why don't you let me try? Maybe he can really come back to life." Ling Xiao was not as disrespectful to the elder as he was to Zhu Ruchong. After all, Zhu Chongxian didn't like him, so Ling Xiao felt that he respected the old and loved the young. Elderly was silent for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, Moilian cried out, Please, as long as you can save my senior brother, I'll do anything." "Ling Xiao, are you done yet? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Ru Chong was enraged to the extreme. He shouted at Ling Xiao, and the aura of his body pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ru Chong was a peak spirit master, and his strength was not something that a normal spirit master could compare to. Although Ling Xiao had a strong mental strength to rely on, he still felt uncomfortable when he was suddenly suppressed by Ru Chong's aura. It was as if a large stone was pressing on his chest. "I'm really easy to bully." Ling Xiao was also starting to get angry. Originally, he had only said a few words, but now, Ru Chong was suppressing him with his aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a little more capable, he would have vomited blood because of this aura. Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack, a voice called out, "Elders, there's no need to be angry. Let him try." Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She still cares about me? Just as Ling Xiao was about to counterattack. She still cares about me? Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi affectionately and thought, "Since Miss has spoken, I'll let you try. If you can't cure him, then immediately scram back to Herb Peak. I'll find your master and explain everything," Ru Chong said coldly. At the side, Lu Dong and Huang Yifeng both had gloating smiles on their faces. Shi Tianho walked over and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Junior brother, don't force yourself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ling Xiao looked gratefully at Shi Tianho and then shouted at Ru Chong, "Don't worry, my good martial uncle. If I can't cure him, I'll leave the sect. I'll leave the sect." His words were loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear him clearly. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Does he really have some tricks up his sleeve? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to stay at Herb Peak anymore. Impossible, he's still so young. Does he want to destroy his own future? Yu Lian's eyes flashed with a mysterious light as she muttered, "Still so impulsive, but I like how you're so manly." On the other side, a beautiful figure had a complicated look in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. In front of Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. She was cursing in her heart. Why is this guy so impulsive? Is he going to give up? Haha. Good. This old man will see how you're going to save him today. Ru Chong laughed. However, he didn't know that his words had gone too far. His words clearly meant that he didn't want Jianghu to come back to life. "Ru Chong, watch your words," Elderly said with displeasure. Ru Chong was stunned for a moment before he immediately retracted his expression and replied, "Yes." In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao even more. "Why aren't you going to save him? At this moment, Yun Mengqi shouted at Ling Xiao in annoyance. Ever since she had gone through a life-and-death situation with Ling Xiao in the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao had become deeply ingrained in her heart. Every time she thought about how he had risked everything to save her, every look and every action was filled with manliness. Furthermore, he had given her the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method. One had to know that the soft-tide sword and soft-tide sevenfold waves cultivation method would cause a bloodbath no matter where they were, but Ling Xiao had given them to her without even a frown. Such a magnanimous man was rare in this world. Afterwards, she had obtained the inheritance, and not only had she recovered her strength, but she had also reached the peak of Spirit Master. This made her realize that the difference in strength between her and Ling Xiao was too great. If her father knew that she was with a man from a small city, she was afraid that Ling Xiao and his family would be implicated. After weighing the pros and cons, she had chosen to leave Ling Xiao. But before she left, she had given Ling Xiao a hope. If Ling Xiao could catch up to her footsteps, she would agree to be with him. Although she wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, in her heart, she still hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to constantly strive to become stronger. When Ling Xiao had become a sect disciple, he had also become a disciple that the various peaks had fought over. She had felt joy and comfort for him, because the man she had taken a fancy to was truly outstanding. But when Ling Xiao had announced that he was a second-tier alchemist, she had become even more excited. After all, the status of an alchemist was extremely respected no matter where they went. The distance between the two of them had already been very close. In the past year, there had been several times when she had wanted to see him, but she had resisted. One reason was that she wanted to break through to the king stage and needed to close her eyes. The other reason was that she hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on becoming stronger. She felt that one day, Ling Xiao would personally come to find her. But now, in order to save Ji Yanzhao, Ling Xiao had suddenly made such a resolute decision in front of everyone. She felt that perhaps Ling Xiao felt inferior because the gap between them had widened. Perhaps he felt that it was impossible for him to catch up to her footsteps, so he had found an excuse to leave the sect? For a moment, her heart was in chaos, and she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao smiled lightly at her. Yes, senior sister. At this time, Elderly had already released Mo Ilian, but Ji Yanzhao was still firmly suppressed. But now his entire body had turned red, and his eyes seemed to have lost all humanity. Ling Xiao walked to Ji Yanzhao's side, and with one hand, he struck Ji Yanzhao's acupuncture point, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. Give me a quiet place. Ling Xiao picked up Ji Yanzhao and said with a serious expression. Immediately after, Elderly had someone bring Ling Xiao to an abandoned house. Little thing that doesn't know life from death, let's see how you save him. Ru Chong cursed under his breath, his expression ashen. He had been a third-grade alchemist for many years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even his senior brother Nangong Changle had to give in to him. Who would have thought that this little thing had no respect for his elders? He swore that he would definitely expel Ling Xiao from Medicine Peak. No, from the sect. This city had long been abandoned, and the houses here were extremely simple and crude. There wasn't even a single wooden bed. However, Ling Xiao only wanted to save Ji Yanzhao. As long as no one disturbed him, it was fine. Immediately, he placed Ji Yanzhao flat on the ground. Senior sister, go outside and protect me. Without my permission, don't let anyone disturb me. Ling Xiao turned to Mo Ilian and said. Mo Ilian looked deeply at Ji Yanzhao, then nodded her head and walked out of the house. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of air and muttered, You're lucky to have met me. With that, he slapped his palm on Ji Yanzhao's chest, and a gust of innate wind evil qi surged towards Ji Yanzhao. Innate wind evil qi was originally an absolute item, and it just so happened to be able to restrain the poison of extreme yang. Moreover, he had the experience of curing Li Yang, so Ling Xiao dared to boldly agree. At the same time, he was also moved by Mo Ilian's love for Ji Yanzhao. Otherwise, the life and death of others would have nothing to do with him. He didn't think of himself as some kind of good person who saved the dying and helped the injured. When the innate wind evil qi entered Ji Yanzhao's body, the dark red color on his body instantly faded by a lot. Ling Xiao didn't think that this would be enough to expel the fire poison. Some fire poisons were very cunning, and if it was just an ordinary fire poison, the elders and attendants of the Purple Sky sect wouldn't be so distressed. The fire poison in Ji Yanzhao's body didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. In just an instant, it was completely eliminated by Ling Xiao's innate wind evil qi. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder, why is the Flame Valley so strange? Could it be that there's something strange about this place? Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. The sect is mining the crystal mine here, and it's not something I can touch. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw his palm, the palm that was pressing on Ji Yanzhao's chest suddenly heated up, and a wave of manic energy suddenly attacked. Suddenly, the arm that Ling Xiao had pressed on Ji Yanzhao's chest turned red, like a red-hot soldering iron. The meridians on his arm also swelled up from the energy, and his entire hand looked extremely sinister. How insidious. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. The innate wind evil qi in his body seemed to have sensed the existence of an old enemy, and it immediately rushed towards the fire poison. Don't worry, let's see what tricks it can play first. Ling Xiao suppressed the innate wind evil qi and allowed the fire poison to invade his body. If this kind of behavior were to be known by the people outside, they would probably open their mouths and curse, "Madman!" The fire poison was tormenting them to the point that they couldn't do anything. This guy could obviously restrain the fire poison, but he was using his body to test it. Did he not want to live anymore? Chapter 204. Just as Ling Xiao was treating her, Huang Yifeng walked over to Yun Mingqi and softly said, "Congratulations on breaking through to the king level." Ever since Yun Mingqi had returned from the desolate mountain range, she had distanced herself from Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng naturally knew that his actions had disappointed her. Now that she had broken through to the king level, he didn't dare have any fantasies about her. But he still didn't have a good feeling in his heart. "Thank you," Yun Mingqi indifferently replied, as if she was talking to a stranger. After that incident in the desolate mountain range, she had clearly seen through Huang Yifeng's character, so she didn't want to have any contact with this senior apprentice brother of hers. Huang Yifeng chuckled and walked over to Yu Lian's side. Now his target had already shifted to Yu Lian. Although this woman wasn't as outstanding as Yun Mingqi, she was still a rare beauty. Not only that, her figure was definitely a top-quality stunner. Not only that, but her soul-stealing eyes caused Huang Yifeng to feel a strong desire to possess her. "Junior apprentice sister, when we have time, let's find a place to spar. This place is very suitable for us to cultivate." Huang Yifeng greedily stared at Yu Lian's chest, his heart filled with dirty thoughts. Yu Lian looked at Huang Yifeng and blinked a few times. Senior apprentice brother's strength is high. Junior apprentice sister isn't senior apprentice brother's match? Huang Yifeng laughed. Junior apprentice sister is too modest. Your senior apprentice brother will go easy on you. How could I bear to see a beauty like you get hurt? Within the sect, Huang Yifeng could be considered as one of the most handsome men. Who knew how many senior and junior apprentice sisters in the sect had their hearts set on him? It was just that his eyes were arrogant and picky, so how could an average woman enter his eyes? Back then, he had almost moved Yun Mingqi's heart, but in the end, he had failed. Now he could only settle for the next best thing. This Yu Lian seemed to be able to tug at his heartstrings. If only all the men in this world could be like senior apprentice brother, and have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Yu Lian charmingly looked at Huang Yifeng. Her voice was like a spring breeze that struck Huang Yifeng's heart, making him feel extremely comfortable. That's only natural. Junior apprentice sister is so beautiful and moving. Who wouldn't cherish her? The desire in Huang Yifeng's eyes became even stronger. Yu Lian pointed at her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, "That man of mine doesn't care about me at all, and he even treats me coldly." "What? Where's your man? I'll kill him." Huang Yifeng unconsciously shouted. He didn't know that he had fallen for Yu Lian's charm. He spoke very loudly so that everyone around could hear him clearly. "Hey, as a fellow disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak, this guy is really shameless." "That's right. He won't even let off his own junior sister. What's more, she already has someone she likes. He's always thought too highly of himself, and he even said that he wanted to woo junior sister. Now that he knows that he can't catch up to her, he wants to woo junior sister Lian instead. How despicable." For a moment, all the disciples were secretly cursing Huang Yifeng. Yun Mingqi felt that Huang Yifeng was extremely disgusting. This guy actually wanted to hook up with a girl who already had a sweetheart. He really didn't know how to humiliate himself. Elder Li, who was standing to the side, shouted, "You little brat, scram!" Huang Yifeng's chest felt as if it had been struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Who the fuck plotted against me?" Huang Yifeng angrily shouted from the ground. "Noisy!" Elder Li shouted again, and a formless wave of spiritual energy pressed down on Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng was once again sent flying. Elder Li was already in a bad mood, and when he heard his own disciple act so shamelessly, he decided to teach Huang Yifeng a lesson. Huang Yifeng really deserved it. He actually dared to provoke that seductress Yu Lian. Haha, he deserves it. Yu Lian laughed in her heart. Who knew that a sharp light would suddenly shoot towards her? Yu Lian quickly lowered her head, not daring to show any arrogant expression. How could such a lowly trick escape Elder Li's sharp eyes? He just couldn't be bothered to deal with it. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked out with a relaxed smile on his face. "How was it? Did you save him?" Elder Li asked in a low voice. Everyone else turned their attention to Ling Xiao. Chong Yu and Lu Dong, on the other hand, wore looks of disdain. "Fortunately, I didn't fail." Ling Xiao glanced at the master and disciple pair and cupped his hands at Elder Li. "Really?" Elder Li exclaimed. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't say anything. Someone had already confirmed his words. Mo Ilian walked out, supporting the weak Ji Yen Zhao. "Senior apprentice brother Ji is fine. This is unbelievable. Does he really have a 5th grade elixir? That's great. I've also been poisoned by fire poison, but there's hope of getting rid of it. Look, his complexion doesn't look right. Senior apprentice brother, you ingested fire poison?" Shi Tianho asked with a frown. At this time, many people noticed that Ling Xiao's complexion was much redder than before. "Senior apprentice brother, you're worrying too much." "I'm fine." Ling Xiao smiled. Mo Ilian helped Ji Yen Zhao over to Ling Xiao and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Many thanks for saving my life, senior apprentice brother. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please let me know." Ling Xiao helped the two of them up. "We're brothers, so don't be so serious." "Senior apprentice sister, it's best if you let me rest and recover. It won't be good if he's attacked by fire poison again." Mo Ilian and Ji Yen Zhao looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and returned to their rooms to recover. At this time, everyone was looking at Ling Xiao in a different light. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? He'd actually attracted fire poison for someone he didn't know. Now he'd saved someone, but he'd died. "Senior apprentice brother, are you really okay?" Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao and asked worriedly. This time, she was genuinely concerned and didn't try to seduce him. Ling Xiao grinned. "Don't worry, I won't die." Elder Li looked at the carefree Ling Xiao and couldn't help but nod with admiration. "You're called Ling Xiao. Our Scarlet Flame Peak owes you a favor." Ji Yen Zhao was a true disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak and represented the future backbone of Scarlet Flame Peak. Now that Ling Xiao had used his own poison to save Ji Yen Zhao, Elder Li was very grateful to Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could reply, Ru Chong sneered. "Elder Li, you don't have to do this favor." He actually dared to absorb Ji Yen Zhao's fire poison. In less than 3 days, he'll die from the poison. Ru Chang's eyes were cold and he purposely dragged out the last few words as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Lu Dong, on the other hand, had a happy smile on his face and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. "Haha, to have a martial uncle like you really are a cold-blooded villain." After laughing, he took out another pot of wine and drank it down his throat, singing to wine, "How long will life be? Like the morning dew, the passing days are long. Clearly like the moon, when will it be gone? Sorrow comes from within and cannot be stopped." Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's confident back and didn't know why they felt bitter and self-deprecating. It was rare to see such a carefree and unrestrained person who didn't care about life and death. The eyes of the surrounding women were filled with complicated emotions, as if they couldn't hide the pain in their hearts. Or perhaps, naturally, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to exchange his life for a stranger's. He was a transmigrator who valued his life more than others and would never commit suicide. He had the innate Yin Wind bead in his sea of consciousness and possessed the innate Yin Wind evil qi. Expelling the fire poison might be particularly troublesome in the eyes of others, but to him, it was nothing at all. The reason why he allowed the fire poison to invade his body was naturally because he wanted to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art, organs refinement. Ling Xiao had been stuck in the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art for a year and a half because he lacked high-level spirit herbs and medicinal pills. Now that he had stayed in the Purple Sky sect for a year, he had already found a lot of supplementary spirit herbs, and after saving G2's granddaughter, Ji Bei-xin, he had obtained a few third-level spirit herbs from G2, including a high-level third-level spirit herb called mischievous grass. Mischievous grass was a kind of healing spirit herb. Just like its name, its vitality was extremely tenacious. As long as it wasn't completely dead, as long as there was still a little essence left, it could grow again. It was a kind of top-quality high-level spirit herb for treating internal injuries. Consuming this spirit herb could greatly strengthen one's internal organs and increase their vitality, allowing anyone to increase their cultivation speed by 2 to 3 times within a month. In other words, after consuming the mischievous grass, within a month, the speed of cultivation would be 2 to 3 times faster than usual. In other words, cultivating for 1 month was equivalent to cultivating for 2 to 3 months' worth of energy. Of course, there was also a limit to taking the mischievous grass. A person could only take it 2 or 3 times in a lifetime. When it was taken for the second or third time, the effect would be halved, and after the 4th time, there would basically be no effect. This mischievous grass was an important spirit herb for cultivating the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art. Ling Xiao allowed the fire poison to enter his body in order to let the fire poison invade and destroy his internal organs. Then, he would take the mischievous grass and borrow its spiritual power to repair his internal organs. At the same time, he would circulate the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art and use it to reach the intermediate realm in one go. Of course, others would naturally not know of Ling Xiao's plans. They only thought that Ling Xiao was sacrificing himself to help others. In a quiet shabby house, Ling Xiao was meditating with a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he was using the innate miasma wind to form an encirclement, so that the fire poison in his body could only invade his internal organs and not invade his dantian. Previously, when Ling Xiao failed to break through to the spirit master level, he was lucky enough to enter his consciousness and connect with the innate miasma wind pearl. Now, he could control the innate miasma wind as he pleased. With just a thought, he could direct the innate miasma wind pearl. The fire poison was surrounded by a large amount of innate miasma wind pearl, so it couldn't do anything. It could only wantonly destroy Ling Xiao's internal organs. Puh! A mouthful of blood came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Not only did he swallow blood, but his facial features were also showing traces of blood. This situation was too frightening. He was actually bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chapter 205. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were where a person's soul was located. It was an indispensable part of the body for anyone to survive. The fire poison was wreaking havoc in Ling Xiao's body, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already started to rot. According to the general theory, Ling Xiao's internal injuries were not light and he was in danger of dying at any time. Looking at his ears, nose, mouth. Every part of his face was bleeding and he looked like a devil from hell, ferocious and frightening. If anyone were to see this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. And now, Ling Xiao was tightly guarding the top of his head, enduring the inhuman torture. The Vajra 5 transformation secret was a perverted cultivation method, and at the same time, it was also a self-torturing cultivation method. Cultivating the first 2 transformations was to torture the external body, while cultivating the last 3 transformations was to torture the internal body. Therefore, to cultivate the third transformation, refinement of organs, one must first use the poison to enter the body, first destroy the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, then use the mysterious technique to repair them, until they reach the realm of immunity to all poisons. Originally, Ling Xiao had been thinking hard on how to continue cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation secret. He did not expect that in order to save Ji Yan Zhao, the fire poison would actually bore into his body, and this made him think of this method. But according to the normal cultivation method, one must guide the poison into the body and at the same time destroy the 5 viscera. He must take the spiritual grass to help save his life. However, Ling Xiao did not take any medicinal pills, nor did he take the stubborn grass. Instead, he allowed the fire poison to wreak havoc in his body. This kind of action could be said to be extremely crazy and could also be said to be a kind of suicidal action. Why was Ling Xiao so confident to take the risk? Of course it was because of his 3 parts restoration energy and the Vajra 5 transformation secret. The 3 parts restoration energy originally had the function of self-healing. Although it was not as perverted as the Vajra 5 transformation secret, it had a real healing effect. Moreover, his 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation secret was already at the small success stage, and the recovery speed of his body's muscle energy was not slow at all. Moreover, the most important point was that Ling Xiao cultivated the invisible wood secret art. The wood attribute profound energy itself had a certain recovery ability. With the 3 of them working together, it would not be a problem for him to keep his life. After half an hour, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He looked a little weak, but the fire poison in his body had been completely eliminated by his innate wind evil qi. All that was left was to slowly restore his body. Now, Ling Xiao didn't intend to take any more elixirs or spirit herbs. He only relied on his 2 great mysterious techniques to restore himself. Moreover, he didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover. Ling Xiao's body circulated the 2 divine arts, and at the same time, he raised his mental power to the highest level, spreading it out in all directions. Now that he was seriously injured, he definitely couldn't let anyone disturb him. If it was an enemy, then it would be terrible. He had no choice but to be cautious. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao spread out his mental power, a figure silently descended from the sky. Who is it? Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as he cried out in alarm. The person who came was too sudden, and there were no signs at all. It was enough to show how terrifying the strength of the person who came was. Ling Xiao had already prepared a pill and was ready to take it at any time. But when he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A graceful figure, dressed in light blue muslin, a pure white silk scarf, and a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. Other than Yunmeng Qi, who else could it be? She was dressed in simple yet elegant satin. Her beautiful face was like a sculpture, and her ink-like hair was tied with a bow. Her slender waist was swaying like a willow, and her body was shimmering with an ethereal radiance. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. Now, she looked even more ethereal than when she was in the desolate mountain range. Just by standing there casually, she made people feel ashamed of themselves. Meng Qi! Ling Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Yunmeng Qi turned around, a faint trace of worry in her eyes. But her tone was a bit cold. Are you all right? Ling Xiao bitterly smiled and wiped away the blood on his face, trying his best not to let Yunmeng Qi see it. But with Yunmeng Qi's eyesight, she could clearly see that Ling Xiao had already been heavily injured. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Ling Xiao stood up with great difficulty. This wasn't an act, but rather he really was heavily injured and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Ling Xiao's weak appearance, Yunmeng Qi's heart clenched. She knew that Ling Xiao had been poisoned by fire poison, and she had also heard Jianghu say he wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days. Just now, she had been so cold to him. Could it be that my face is really that important? Perhaps I really am a cold-blooded woman. He's already like this, so how can I still be so cold to him? Yunmeng Qi asked herself. She thought back to everything that had happened in the desolate mountain range. How many times had this man disregarded everything to save her, giving her the safest embrace, allowing her to obtain the inheritance of an Earth Emperor? Thinking of that, she felt even more cold-blooded, and more she felt that she had let down Ling Xiao. Meng Qi, what's wrong? Ling Xiao noticed that tears had appeared in Yunmeng Qi's eyes, and he couldn't help but panic. Who would have thought that in the next instant, a warm and fragrant body would appear in his arms? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why are you so stupid? Yunmeng Qi's voice was almost sobbing. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, feeling that the beauty in his arms was still thinking about him. For a moment, he felt extremely carefree and comfortable. This past year's worth of longing and anticipation had finally transformed into rain, filling his entire body with the strength of love. Meng Qi, with those words of yours, even the heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to take my life, said Ling Xiao faintly as he hugged Yunmeng Qi's waist. You're still talking? Hurry up and let me see if your fire poison has flared up, said Yunmeng Qi worriedly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense affection. At this moment, she finally began to face her feelings for Ling Xiao. It was as if she had become a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, no longer so high and mighty. I'm really fine. How could I be stupid enough to exchange my life for someone else's? I'm not some good person, said Ling Xiao with a pale smile. The more he said this, the more Yun Mengqi didn't believe him. As a king-level expert, could it be that she couldn't even sense the strength of Ling Xiao's aura? Are you still going to lie to me? Right now your internal energy is in chaos. I'm afraid you won't be able to suppress the fire poison for much longer. Let me help you. Yun Mengqi wiped away the tears in her eyes. Holding Ling Xiao's pulse, she began to pour her powerful water attribute spiritual energy into him. Looking at the crying person in front of him, Ling Xiao felt even more moved. He didn't struggle against her hand. Instead, he used his Xianxia to guide her spiritual energy into his body. Yun Mengqi's spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Adding on the fact that she was pouring her full strength into him, Ling Xiao felt his entire body fill up. The two Xian techniques immediately began to devour the energy. The small tree in his mind also seemed to sense something. A green light began to shine, and a powerful suction force came from its roots. It wanted to take a share of the pie with the two Xian techniques. Yun Mengqi seemed to sense something, but she felt that it might be the fire poison, so she increased the amount of spiritual energy she was pouring in. What pure energy! Lu Wen couldn't help but praise from within Ling Xiao's mind. He closed his eyes and the roots beneath his feet once again increased their suction force. Even Ling Xiao felt that the amount of spiritual energy being split by the two Xian techniques had decreased by a lot. However, the amount of spiritual energy he had obtained was enough for him to quickly recover from his internal injuries. After all, Yun Mengqi's water attribute spiritual energy had a powerful healing effect. It's fine, Mengqi, I'm fine now, Ling Xiao said. Yun Mengqi glanced at Ling Xiao. Seeing that his complexion was much better, she withdrew her hand. Are you feeling better? Yun Mengqi softly asked. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Much better. With you here, I'm completely fine. Don't be so talkative. The elders said you won't live for more than 3 days. Yun Mengqi couldn't hide her sorrow. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and immediately embraced Yun Mengqi's boneless waist. He softly said, Really, I'm fine. I can restrain the fire poison. Just now, I was only able to force out the fire poison, and that's why I appeared a bit weaker. Yun Mengqi heard Ling Xiao's resolute words and her heart calmed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to say something, she broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace and instantly disappeared from Ling Xiao's sight. I hope you don't forget your promise and surpass me as soon as possible. Yun Mengqi's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's ear. Just as Ling Xiao was in a daze, a fragrant scent accompanied by a wave of cold air assaulted his nostrils. Who? Ling Xiao came back to his senses and shouted. When Ling Xiao saw who it was again, he was once again stunned. An incomparably cold and elegant face, a snow-white veil, and an ice-cold aura surrounded her exquisite figure. She was impressively Bing Ruoshui. She frowned as she looked at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complicated expression. The beautiful figure in the sky couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be her? What are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to kill me again? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Ruoshui with slight vigilance. Thinking back to before, this girl had repeatedly wanted his life. He didn't know what he had done to make her unhappy. No matter what, he was the dignified Meteor City, the #1 handsome man of the Purple Sky sect. How could he not be welcomed? Could it be that this girl didn't like men? Bing Ruoshui didn't say anything. She only took out a medicine bottle from her waist and threw it towards Ling Xiao. She said indifferently, 3rd grade ice heart pill. It can suppress the fire poison in your body for a month. After she finished speaking, she actually floated away. All that was left was a wave of cold air, causing Ling Xiao to slightly quiver. He looked at the ice heart pill in his hand, scratched his head and muttered, What is this girl? Could it be that she accidentally fell in love with this young master because of hate? However, just as Ling Xiao put away the ice heart pill and was about to leave, another wave of fragrance assailed his nostrils. Who is this? Ling Xiao was almost speechless. Wasn't the place he found very hidden? Why were there still so many people looking for him? Junior brother, are you all right? A pleasant voice filled with concern sounded beside Ling Xiao's ear. For a moment, Ling Xiao's legs felt weak. Besides her, who else could make him lose control like this? Chapter 206. It was none other than Yu Lian. She was looking at Ling Xiao in a flirtatious manner with a hint of worry in her eyes. Her voice was like an enchantment that could almost make people lose themselves in it. This time, she wasn't doing it on purpose. She was genuinely concerned about him. "Senior sister, it's so late. Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked calmly. In his heart he was thinking, am I going to have a lot of luck with women? Yu Lian walked over to Ling Xiao and saw that there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. "Junior brother, don't you think you're stupid? Is it really necessary to exchange your life for hers?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Junior brother won't take things too hard. There are many things in this world that I haven't done yet. For example, talking about romance with senior sister, discussing the true meaning of life." Yu Lian blushed slightly when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe as if she wanted to see through him. "Is this guy completely fine? Since you like it so much, why don't we find a place to talk about romance?" Yu Lian approached Ling Xiao, held his arm and said in a flirtatious voice. Ling Xiao felt Yu Lian's plump flesh and listened to her seductive voice. For a moment, his heart was in a mess. This woman really wants to kill me. She's even more seductive than Dyer. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He hurriedly used his qi to keep himself awake. Otherwise, he would really lose out if he was eaten by this woman. "Since senior sister is so kind, then I won't refuse." Ling Xiao pretended to be very happy. He hugged Yu Lian's slender waist and was about to kiss her. "Junior brother, you're so naughty. I'm not a casual woman." Yu Lian struggled a little to get out of Ling Xiao's arms. She glared at Ling Xiao, her eyes full of flirtatiousness. Although Yu Lian seemed to be passionate, in fact, Ling Xiao knew that she was just a natural seductress, not a natural-born slut. "What do you mean by that, senior apprentice sister?" "I'm not a casual man," Ling Xiao said with a smirk. He then walked over to Yu Lian, thinking to himself, "If you dare tease me, I'll eat you up tonight." "Hee, junior apprentice brother, your eyesight is really bad." Yu Lian giggled and quickly drifted away. Ling Xiao had an evil smile on his face. He gathered the wind attribute under his feet and chased after Yu Lian. Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of Yu Lian, forcing her to tease him like he was a virgin. That was too aggrieving. Yu Lian hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so fast. He was in front of her in the blink of an eye, and a large hand hugged her waist again. "Good senior apprentice sister. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk some more." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he hugged Yu Lian tightly against his chest. Yu Lian didn't struggle, and her proud breasts pressed against Ling Xiao's chest. "Junior apprentice brother, you're so naughty," Yu Lian said with a flushed face. She then said, "If you want to eat senior apprentice sister, that's fine. But you'll have to win against someone." Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he raised an eyebrow and looked in a certain direction. A long black shadow was walking towards Ling Xiao and Yu Lian. What a pair of dogs. The one who had walked out was Huang Yifeng. His handsome face was twisted and hideous. He had already lost the right to pursue his junior apprentice sister, and he had turned his attention to Yu Lian. But he hadn't expected that this woman would have an affair with the person he hated the most. He was furious. "Senior apprentice brother, your words are so sour." Yu Lian didn't get angry and instead laughed. "Junior apprentice sister, why are you following someone who's about to die? Don't you think that being with senior apprentice brother is the best choice?" Huang Yifeng heard Yu Lian's sweet voice and felt his whole body go soft. Suddenly, a strong desire to possess her arose. He had to get his hands on such a beautiful woman. Since senior apprentice brother likes her so much, junior apprentice brother will let you have her. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes turned and he immediately let go of Yu Lian. What a joke. Yu Lian was a rose with thorns. He could flirt with her, but when it came to fighting, it would be strange if she didn't stab him. "At least you're tactful. You only have 3 more days to live, so I won't make things difficult for you. Scram for me," Huang Yifeng said with a smug smile, as if he was already imagining Yu Lai's beauty beneath his crotch. Junior apprentice brother, you really have the heart to not want me? Yu Lian's charming eyes were filled with affection, and her tone was filled with endless grievance. Ling Xiao felt his heart soften, and he was almost captivated by Yu Lian again. He immediately restrained his emotions and laughed. Senior apprentice sister must be joking. With your beauty that can shame the moon and the flowers, any man would only love you tenderly. Junior apprentice brother's strength is low, and it's really hard for me to be worthy of you. Only someone as handsome as senior apprentice brother can be a match made in heaven with senior apprentice sister. With that, Ling Xiao immediately turned and disappeared into the night. When Huang Yifeng heard this, he was overjoyed. This little brat is really tactful. Who would have thought that Yu Lian would stomp her feet and lightly curse, "Useless coward," before also disappearing into the night, leaving Huang Yifeng standing there alone. His fists were tightly clenched, and his eyes flashed with venomous hatred. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao spent his time wandering around the ruined city. When he had free time, he would sit in meditation to pass the time. Ever since Yun Mengqi had shown concern for him, the knot in his heart had been completely untied. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed and obtain the approval of the sect master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to marry Yun Mengqi. The only thing that made Ling Xiao feel strange was Bing Ruoshui. Didn't this girl always hate him? Could it be that her hatred had given birth to love? She had actually given him a 3rd-grade ice heart pill. It had to be known that 3rd-grade medicinal pills were extremely precious, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain one so easily. On the other side, Lu Dong had also been paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts. 3 days had passed, but Ling Xiao was no different from an ordinary person, and there were no signs of him being poisoned. Lu Dong couldn't help but feel that his master's words were no longer true. Ru Chong naturally heard of this news, and his expression became increasingly ugly. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Originally, Ling Xiao had been sent by Nangong Changle to help him refine the ice heart pill. However, Ru Chong had a lot of opinions about Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stick a warm face to a cold butt. Furthermore, his other martial uncle, Yang An, and his senior apprentice brother, Chao Nanxian, were also present, so there was no need for him to embarrass himself. However, this didn't mean that Ling Xiao could pass the month so easily. The fact that he had helped Ji Yanzhao detoxify the fire poison was known to all the attendants and disciples here. They had been living here for a long time, and their bodies were more or less tainted with the fire poison. The ice heart pill could only suppress it, but it couldn't completely eradicate it. As a matter of fact, the attendants and a few Scarlet Flame Peak direct disciples came to ask for help. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to refuse, but when he remembered that he still needed the fire poison to cultivate, he immediately agreed to help these people expel the fire poison. However, he would still have to collect some benefits. These attendants and direct disciples were all spirit master experts, and they all had some good things. After a round of looting, Ling Xiao really did obtain a lot of benefits. What he wanted were all level 3 and above spirit grasses. In 5 days, he had obtained 20 to 30 level 3 spirit grasses from these people, which made Ling Xiao extremely happy. At the same time, the Golden Steel 5 transformation technique had already been tempered by the fire poison several times. However, Ling Xiao felt that the fire poison's toxicity wasn't strong enough, and it wasn't strong enough to require him to use the stubborn grass. Therefore, the Viscera refining realm was only a small improvement, but it was still a distance away from the intermediate realm. Ling Xiao planned to personally go to the Flame Valley to find an even stronger fire source. Although Ling Xiao had profited, there were some people who weren't happy. Just as Ling Xiao was absorbing the fire poison from one of the attendants, Lu Dong's annoying voice rang out. "Ling Xiao, my master wants you to go immediately." Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Dong in annoyance and said, "Yes, I understand." His hands continued to control the innate wind evil qi and devouring fire poison. When Lu Dong saw Ling Xiao's attitude towards him, he couldn't help but become furious and yelled, "Ling Xiao, you dare to disobey orders?" Ling Xiao instantly increased the speed of extinguishing the fire poison. He turned around and angrily shouted at Lu Dong, "Can't you see that I'm expelling the fire poison for Attendant Fong? If something goes wrong because of you, then both Attendant Fong and I will lose our lives. Your master isn't my master. If there's anything, then let him come and talk to me personally." Lu Dong's master had long since disliked Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also displeased with the two of them. Moreover, Lu Dong actually didn't understand etiquette and shouted at him while he was expelling the fire poison. How could Ling Xiao swallow this anger? Lu Dong's expression was extremely gloomy, and he immediately coldly snorted, All right, you will pay for your words." Lu Dong let out these words of hatred, turned around, and walked away. A middle-aged man who was lying on the ground slowly stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks, Ling Xiao." He then took out a third-level spirit grass and offered it to Ling Xiao. "We're all fellow disciples, there's no need to be so polite." Ling Xiao bluntly put away the spirit grass and politely said, "Don't worry, you've saved so many of our people. The elders won't dare to do anything to you." Attendant Feng said. He was an inner sect attendant, and although his position was a bit lower than Elder Chang's, Ling Xiao had saved at least 10 inner sect attendants. There were also a few Scarlet Flame Peak's true disciples, and these people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. These people would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side and wouldn't let Ling Xiao suffer. Ling Xiao didn't know that his actions had inadvertently helped him establish a good reputation within the sect, and also saved him a lot of trouble in the future. Attendant Feng is too serious. Martial uncle has some prejudice against me, but as long as I explain it clearly, everything will be fine. Ling Xiao replied. In his heart, however, he was thinking that if someone like Master Chong dared to do anything to him, he wouldn't let them off easily. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Attendant Feng saw that Ling Xiao didn't care and didn't say anything else. After all, he also didn't want to go against an elder. After that Attendant Feng left, another person walked over. It was his senior apprentice brother Shi Tianho, who had a good relationship with him recently. "Senior apprentice brother, why have you come?" Ling Xiao went to greet him. Shi Tianho shook his head at Ling Xiao and said, "Junior apprentice brother, you're out of luck." Chapter 207. Ling Xiao followed Shi Tianho to a relatively clean hall. Chong, Yang En, Chao Nan, Lu Dong, and 3 other disciples of Chong were all present. The other elders who were originally here had all gone to guard the crystal mine. After entering the hall, Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Chong and Yang En. He then greeted Chao Nan, senior apprentice brother. In truth, the first disciple to join Medicine Peak should have been Lu Dong. He was originally the senior apprentice brother, but Chao Nan had broken through to the 3rd rank alchemist realm first, so Chao Nan had naturally become the chief senior apprentice brother of Medicine Peak. Chao Nan smiled and nodded to Ling Xiao in response, but there was a trace of anxiety in his eyes. "Humph, Ling Xiao, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. Even my words don't work." Chong looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao wouldn't dare. "Senior apprentice uncle, you're a high and mighty elder of the sect, and I'm just a small disciple. I'm very timid." Ling Xiao spoke modestly, but there was no trace of modesty on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. In Chang's eyes, that smile seemed to be looking down on him. "Senior apprentice brother, take a look. This is the good disciple our senior apprentice brother has recruited." Chang's tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke to Yang and Yang and said, "Senior apprentice uncle, don't be impatient." He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Ling Xiao, you said that quite a few of the attendants had their fire poison expelled by you?" "Yes, senior apprentice uncle," Ling Xiao replied honestly. He didn't have any grudges with Yang En, so he was still quite respectful of him. Joy appeared on Yang En's face, and he anxiously asked, "What method did you use to expel the fire poison?" Yang En asked. Ruchong also listened attentively. He also wanted to know what method Ling Xiao had to expel the fire poison. Even a king rank expert was unable to expel this fire poison, so he was truly unable to figure out how Ling Xiao had accomplished it. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao had absorbed Ji Yanzhao's fire poison and traded his life for Ji Yanzhao's. But now, it seemed that this was absolutely not the case. Could it be that Ling Xiao had some kind of treasure that could engrave the fire poison? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying, "This. Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Yang En and Ru Chang's expressions changed slightly. Ru Chang shouted, "Don't you know this is related to the safety of the sect's deacons and disciples? Don't tell me you only care about your own selfish desires?" Ling Zhao's expression darkened, and he thought to himself, It looks like I've been too ostentatious this time. Regret grew in Ling Xiao's heart. He had so openly helped so many people expel the fire poison, and he was bound to attract the wind. It would be easy for him to attract trouble. Yang saw Ling Xiao's awkward expression, and he immediately said, Ling Xiao, your martial uncles are right. If you have a method, tell us, and we can all study it together. We will report it to the sect, and you will be credited with a great merit. Two martial uncles. I can only tell you that the reason I can expel the fire poison is because of the special nature of my body. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to expel the fire poison. Please forgive me, Ling Xiao said in a slightly humble manner. Now that Yang had brought up the sect, if he continued to act arrogantly, then he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time. Lu Dong suddenly interrupted from the side, his tone full of ridicule. You put it so nicely. What's so special about your body? Isn't it just a pair of hands and a pair of legs? Don't tell me you're a beast man? Beast man? Ling Xiao was startled, and then he glared at Lu Dong and scolded, Your mother is a beast man, and your whole family are beast men. You! Lu Dong was furious, and just as he was about to scold him, Ru Chong interrupted him. Lu Dong, you have no right to speak here. Lu Dong angrily glared at Ling Xiao and shut his mouth, but in his heart, he was determined to find an opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Xiao, are you really not going to tell us the method to expel the fire poison? Ru Chong once again asked coldly. I said that even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it, Ling Xiao said impatiently. All right. Since that's the case, then I will now order you to go to the crystal mine in the Flame Valley and collect the glazed crystal for the sect. Ru Chong shouted twice, and then immediately showed his elder's token to Ling Xiao. When these words came out, Chao Nan and Shi Tianho's expressions changed. Martial uncle, what you're doing is inappropriate, Chao Nan said with dissatisfaction. Step back, Nan Xian. I will personally explain this matter to your master and the sect. Ru Chong said resolutely, not giving any face to Chao Nan Xian. Junior, I think it's better to let him look after the crystal mine first. I'm afraid that Elder Li won't allow him to mine it, Yong'an interrupted from the side. Ru Chong frowned and said, Ling Xiao, immediately go to the Flame Valley and listen to the instructions of the elders. Guard the crystal mine until all of the crystal mine has been mined. When Ru Chong said this, Chao Nan Xian and Shi Tianho let out a slight sigh of relief. Only Ling Xiao's expression remained the same, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ling Xiao, will you obey the instructions? Yong'an asked when he saw that Ling Xiao didn't react. This disciple will obey the instructions, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have any objections. He had wanted to enter the Flame Valley for a long time, but his mission was to refine the ice-cold pill. Even if his martial uncle didn't allow him to participate in refining the pill, he still had to obediently stay in the city. Otherwise, people would find an excuse to stir up trouble again. Recently, he had absorbed other people's fire poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. However, the fire poison was much weaker than the one he absorbed from Ji Yen Zhao, so the effect on his cultivation was not obvious. Therefore, he needed to find an even stronger fire poison to cultivate. Only then would he be able to cultivate the viscera refinement realm to the highest level in a short period of time. However, he didn't have the elder's instructions, so he didn't dare to casually step into the Flame Valley. After all, there were spirit beasts with fire poison in their bodies. Each of them was extremely ferocious and terrifying. With Ling Xiao's high-level mystic cultivation, if he rashly entered, it would only bode ill rather than well. Shi Tianho, bring Ling Xiao to meet up with Elder Li. Ru Chong impatiently waved his hand and ordered Shi Tianho to bring Ling Xiao away. In his heart he thought to himself, this brat is lucky. However, once we reach the Flame Valley, let's see how he'll deal with the fire poison. With regards to Ru Chang's malicious thoughts, Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know a thing or two. In any case, the master and disciple duo weren't good people. Just as Ling Xiao turned around to leave, Chao Nan called out to Ling Xiao, Junior brother, take care. Take these ice-cold pills with you. Ling Xiao looked at Chao Nan with gratitude. Just as he was about to take the ice-cold pills, Ru Chong said, Nan Xian, since Ling Xiao's physique is special and can restrain the fire poison, it's better to leave these ice-cold pills for the other disciples. Moreover, there aren't many ice-cold pills. Chao Nan turned his head and looked at Ru Chong with dissatisfaction. Martial Uncle Zhu, don't you think this is too much? Martial Uncle Yang, do you think so too? Chao Nan was a true disciple, and his authority and prestige were second only to the elders. Now that Ru Chong was bullying his junior brother like this, it was equivalent to not giving his master, Nangong Chengal, face. If he didn't stand up and say anything, he was afraid that others would think that Ru Chong had the final say in Medicine Peak. Yang En, who was at the side, also felt that Ru Chang's actions were a bit too much. He immediately tried to persuade him. Junior brother, forget it. Why make things difficult for a junior? Just give him the ice-cold pills. Humph. Ru Chong coldly snorted and didn't say anything else, as if he had compromised. Many thanks for senior brother's good intentions, but my body is really special. A normal fire poison won't be able to harm me, Ling Xiao tactfully said. What a joke. If he accepted the ice-cold pill, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? Moreover, he had the innate evil wind qi, so he really wasn't afraid of a mere fire poison. Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou left the Great Hall and went straight to Flame Valley. Junior brother, you're too impulsive, Shi Tianhou said from the side. After interacting with Ling Xiao for the past few days, he also felt that Ling Xiao was a friend worth befriending. In his heart, he had already treated Ling Xiao as a good brother. Ling Xiao lightly laughed. Senior brother, don't worry. I have my ways. Sigh, you haven't entered Flame Valley before, so you don't know. Warriors below the Spirit Master level don't have the ice-cold pill, so they will definitely be poisoned the moment they enter. Even if they have the ice-cold pill, it won't bode well for them, Shi Tianhou sighed from the side. Oh, why do you say that? Ling Xiao asked in return. The ice-cold pill can indeed restrain the fire poison, but this alone isn't enough because all the spirit beasts in Flame Valley are rank 3 and above. The spirit beasts below rank 3 have almost all been killed. These high-level spirit beasts are very strong and savage, and each one of them carries fire poison. Senior brother Ji was injured by the spirit beasts, which is why he was severely poisoned. Even if you can resist the fire poison, your strength is not enough to resist the attacks of those spirit beasts. It seems that Elder Zhu has ill intentions towards you. Shi Tianhou explained. Although he was an honest and straightforward person, he wasn't stupid and could naturally see Zhu Ruchang's intentions. Hearing Shi Tianhou's words, Ling Xiao became silent. A rank 3 spirit beast was equivalent to a human spirit master. With Ling Xiao's current strength as a high-level mystic disciple, he could barely fight against it. However, from Shi Tianhou's tone, it seemed that the spirit beasts in Flame Valley weren't just rank 3 low-level spirit beasts. There were even quite a few rank 3 middle and high-level spirit beasts. There might even be rank 4 spirit beasts appearing. If that was the case, with just Ling Xiao's personal strength, it would be as Shi Tianhou said, and he would probably be in danger. If Ling Xiao let the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin come out to help, he would expose all of his trump cards. This would be very inconvenient for him in the future. Moreover, if they were also poisoned by the fire poison, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Shi Tianhou continued. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. If you really aren't afraid of the fire poison, you only need to stay in the camp. With the protection of the elders, there shouldn't be any accidents. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. I will be careful. That's good. Later, follow behind me. If you meet any spirit beasts, don't try to be brave. I'll block them first, and you run. I'll catch up. Once we get to the camp, it'll be fine. Shi Tianhou reminded him again. The fire poison in Flame Valley was too strong, and normal spirit beasts couldn't get too close. Therefore, they didn't ride spirit beasts and could only hurry over on foot. The city and Flame Valley were only half a day's journey away, and the two quickly reached the outskirts of Flame Valley. Chapter 208. Before coming here, Ling Xiao had seen the scene of Flame Valley from high up in the sky. At that time, he had only felt that it was like a mountain of flames, crimson like blood. This kind of scene was truly spectacular, causing people to gasp in amazement. Now standing at the entrance of Flame Valley, waves of hot air assaulted his face, causing his entire body to feel unbearably hot. He couldn't help feeling irritated. Junior apprentice brother, take an ice-cold pill. The fire poison here can slowly invade your body through your skin, reminded Xianxia. Not daring to be careless, he took out an ice-cold pill and swallowed it. It's nothing, senior apprentice brother, just lead the way, said Ling Xiao casually. In truth, he had already begun to circulate the ice attribute within his body to maintain a calm state of mind. Although the innate wind baleful qi within his body could resist the fire poison, under such high temperatures, even Ling Xiao felt his mind become restless. The two of them entered the valley and saw that there were fire attribute low-level spirit grasses and spirit trees everywhere. Each one was extremely strange and bright red. Flaming tail grass, Ling Xiao looked around, his gaze suddenly stopping in one direction. He saw that in the direction he was looking at, there was a crimson spirit grass. That spirit grass was extremely hairy, like a horse's tail constantly swaying in the wind. This was a high-level second-level flaming tail grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rush over to pick that spirit grass. Junior apprentice brother, don't waste your time. The spirit grasses here are all covered in fire poison. Elder Yang and the other elders have concluded that these spirit grasses can't be absorbed or used for alchemy, otherwise those who absorb them will be poisoned, said Tianho from the side. As soon as these words were said, Ling Xiao's excited mood couldn't help but wither. What a pity! Ling Xiao threw the flaming tail grass to the side and heavily sighed. He now also finally understood the reason why these low-level spirit grasses were all left unpicked. It turned out that these spirit grasses all had some degree of fire poison, so they couldn't be absorbed. It was undoubtedly a great pity. What followed was the true beginning of what made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He saw that there were actually quite a few third-level spirit grasses in Flame Valley, and they were all extremely rare and precious. However, these spiritual herbs could not be absorbed or used for alchemy. This undoubtedly made Ling Xiao feel extremely pained. Even so, Ling Xiao could not help but pick a few rare and precious spiritual herbs. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. Although others couldn't absorb it, it didn't mean he couldn't use it. He cultivated the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi, which meant that he cultivated the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and wind at the same time. Therefore, he could also absorb the spirit herbs of the fire attribute. Although these spirit herbs contained fire poison, it was not a big deal to him. Even if he directly consumed it or refined it into a pill, he could directly consume it. At that time, he could use the evil Yin Qi to eliminate the fire poison, and the medicinal effect would definitely be preserved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's heart warmed up, and he quickly began to harvest these fire-attributed spiritual herbs. Tianho was flabbergasted by Ling Xiao's actions. Junior brother, didn't I say that these spirit herbs can't be used? Why are you still picking them? Don't waste time, let's hurry, urged Tianho. Senior brother, don't be anxious. These spirit herbs are useless to others, but to me, they are extremely useful. Ling Xiao grinned. Following that, Ling Xiao saw a stalk of Tier 3 mid-tier 5-star flower. Each flower was like a star, and the petals even contained some dark red veined patterns, looking very charming and alluring. Good boy. There are still 3 middle 3rd level 5-star flowers. I can't let them go. Ling Xiao's eyes shone, and he rubbed his hands together, immediately running over to pick them. Just at this time, a sense of danger gathered. Junior brother, be careful. Tianho also felt it, and he warned Ling Xiao. The pair of silver axes on his back instantly drew out, and he pounced towards Ling Xiao. Whoosh! A fiery shadow shot out from the underbrush like lightning. Ling Xiao had been gathering spirit herbs the entire time, but he hadn't seen any spirit beasts. His vigilance had been at its lowest, and it was only when danger arrived that he reacted. However, he was still a bit late, and his arm was cut by that fiery shadow. The burning sensation caused Ling Xiao to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. When he looked at his arm again, he saw a stream of blood flowing out from a crack in his flesh. In just a short moment, his arm had already become red and swollen, and there was even a faint trace of scarlet. A fiery poison quickly rushed into Ling Xiao's body from his arm. At this time, Ling Xiao naturally didn't have the mind to use the fiery poison to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Without even thinking about it, he used the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi to extinguish the fiery poison. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the spirit beast that had injured him. He cried out in alarm. It's actually a fire fox. This is bad. In front of Ling Xiao was a mid-third level firefox. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its red fur was tightly bunched together. Its eyes were scarlet, and its fangs were exposed. It was exceptionally frightening. Junior brother, you go forward. I'll deal with it. Tianho shouted from behind, and at the same time, he blasted out 2 axe shadows. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately retreated to the side. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he took out his raging flame sword and waited for an opportunity. The firefox's speed was as fast as lightning, and even some wind attribute spirit beasts might not be able to match its speed. Tianho's attacks were simply unable to harm the firefox. Gee! The firefox seemed to have been angered by Tianho, and after dodging a few times, it shot towards Tianho. Tianho was an earth attribute martial artist. His defense was passable, but his speed was lacking. Seeing that the firefox was about to grab his face, Ling Xiao saw an opportunity from the side. He pointed with his index finger, and a small pillar of fire shot towards the firefox. This was the raging flame finger technique that he had obtained from the Li clan. At the same time that he shot out his finger technique, Ling Xiao used his fastest speed and instantly arrived at the firefox's side. He shouted, "Go to hell!" The raging flame finger could only temporarily delay the firefox's attack on Tianho. His current move was the real killing move. Rays of sword shadows filled with scorching flames shot towards the firefox's body. Boom! Ling Xiao had used 100% of his profound energy in this move. Furthermore, he was using a 3rd-level profound artifact. This attack was comparable to a low-level spirit master's full power attack. The firefox was blasted several meters away, and it landed in the weeds. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Ling Xiao asked with concern. "I'm fine. Fortunately, you attacked in time. Let's go. That firefox shouldn't be dead. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it," Tianho said, and hurriedly brought Ling Xiao along. "Senior brother can't leave. That firefox is attacking again." Ling Xiao cautiously looked at the place where the firefox had fallen. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery shadow shot out from the grass again. This time, it was even faster than before. "Come. It's been a long time since someone has sparred with me." Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He shouted, and the raging flame sword in his hand shone brightly. Sword scar. In an instant, countless fiery sword shadows flooded towards the firefox that was shooting over. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had still underestimated the firefox's speed. With a few leaps, it circled to Ling Xiao's side, and opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Ling Xiao's waist. If he was bitten, he would probably lose a large chunk of flesh. "Beast, don't be so savage," Tianho shouted, and immediately came over to support him. For a moment, one beast and 2 humans were fighting. With Ling Xiao's wind attribute, he could still sense the firefox's direction, but he couldn't do anything to it. Whenever the firefox was about to bite Ling Xiao, Tianho would come over to support him. "Junior brother, we can't continue like this. Why don't you leave first, and I'll block it?" Tianho said anxiously. This mid-3rd rank firefox was truly too difficult to deal with. The two of them fought for a long time, and Tianho could only let Ling Xiao leave first. After all, Ling Xiao's strength was much weaker than his. However, he didn't realize that Ling Xiao wasn't at a disadvantage when facing the firefox. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same. "This won't do. This firefox has already been attacked by fire poison, and it won't give up attacking. Even if you stay behind, I'm afraid you won't be its match. Think of a way to block it, and I'll kill it," Ling Xiao said to Tianho as he waved his raging flame sword to attack the firefox. "Okay, you hold it first," Tianho replied, and immediately began to gather his spiritual energy. In an instant, Tianho's entire body emitted a powerful earthen yellow color. Immediately after, he shouted, "Hand of the earth." He slammed his palm on the ground, and a muffled sound rang out. Following that, a surge of energy surged from the ground, rushing towards the place where the firefox and Ling Xiao were fighting. Following that, an illusory hand drilled out of the ground. Hiss! The firefox was caught by the earthen yellow hand, and it couldn't struggle free for a moment. It let out a strange cry. "Well done!" Ling Xiao shouted, and he raised his raging flame sword high in the air. Swish! The powerful sword shadow contained the most ferocious attack. This time, the fire fox didn't have any chance to dodge, and it took the full brunt of Ling Xiao's ferocious attack. Streaks of blood splattered, and the fox's body was cut into several pieces. Phew! Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief, and directly sat down. That attack just now had used up all of his Xian qi. Shi Tianhou immediately ran over and praised, "Junior brother, good job. You actually killed the fire fox." This time, Shi Tianhou finally realized that Ling Xiao's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if they were to exchange blows, it was likely that the two of them would have a 50-50 chance of winning. He was already a low-level spirit master, and Ling Xiao was only a high-level Xian cultivator. Shi Tianhou couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Junior brother is really amazing. I was just lucky. If it wasn't for senior brother controlling it, I might not have been able to injure it." Ling Xiao shook his head. Then he sat down to recover his Xian qi. Shi Tianhou went to pick the 5-star flower, and then he went to take out the fire fox's beast core. After a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao finished meditating, and Shi Tianhou gave these 2 items to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't stand on ceremony, and he put them into his spatial ring. "Let's go. There's still some distance to go, so we must hurry," Shi Tianhou said. The two of them once again walked into the depths of Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered 2 low-level 3rd-rank spirit beasts, but they were both killed by the two of them. Ling Xiao also obtained 2 beast cores and a few spirit herbs. This trip to Flame Valley was destined to be fruitful. Chapter 209. The Flame Valley was as red as blood, and hot air rose. Near a volcanic crater in the Flame Valley, a few elders and deacons of the Purple Sky sect were standing guard. Not far from them, there were a few disciples of the Purple Sky sect holding the fort, and behind them, there was a cave entrance that was as tall as 2 people. Ding dang 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 dang. Sounds kept coming out from inside. At this time, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianhou finally arrived. The appearance of the two of them immediately attracted the attention of the elders and deacons. Zhang Li, an elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, frowned and said, "Why are you two here?" The Flaming Valley was filled with spirit beasts of the 3rd rank and above. There were also high-ranked spirit beasts. However, Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao were so weak, yet they dared to come here. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect who guarded this place all changed shifts every few days, taking turns to guard, and every time the disciples and deacons changed shifts, they had to come together, and could not move alone to avoid being injured by the spirit beasts. It was not yet time to change shifts, but Shi Tianhou and Ling Xiao suddenly appeared at the same time, causing Zhang Li to be puzzled. The two of them stepped forward and bowed to the group of elders. Shi Tianhou respectfully said, "Elder Li, the elders specially ordered junior brother Ling Xiao to assist the elders and deacons in guarding the crystal mine until the mining is complete. Disciple, I am here to escort junior brother Ling Xiao." "Nonsense, it's fine if you come, but Ling Xiao is only a high-level profound realm cultivator. How can he resist the fire poison with such strength, and the spirit beasts here?" Just as Shi Tianhou finished speaking, Zhang Li couldn't help but shout angrily. The group of elders and deacons at the side also revealed puzzled expressions. Immediately after, Shi Tianhou explained the reason why Chang He asked Ling Xiao to guard the crystal mine. After Zhang Li finished listening, he coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. This Chang He is really getting more and more outrageous. Another elder walked over and asked Ling Xiao, "Are you junior brother Mu Huai's disciple Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man and replied, "Yes, I am." He was puzzled. Could it be that he is an elder of Wooden Flag Peak? This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen this elder, and he did not recognize him at all. However, he addressed his master Mu Huai as his junior brother, so he thought that this elder was definitely an elder under his Wood Flag Peak. "Good. Very good. Since the Medicine Peak doesn't want you anymore, then you can stay at the Wooden Flag Peak from now on." The elder looked at Ling Xiao and called out twice, then said, "I am your master's senior brother Mu En. You can call me Martial Uncle." Mu En had always been guarding the Flame Valley, but he would still return to the sect every 2 or 3 months. Therefore, he found out from Mu Huai that their Wood Flag Peak had recruited a 100% pure elemental disciple called Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was also a Tenbin who often praised Ling Xiao in front of him, saying that if Ling Xiao did not spend half of his time on alchemy, he would definitely be able to break through to the spirit master level before the age of 20. Now that he saw Ling Xiao, Mu En could naturally guess that Ling Xiao was the good disciple that his junior brother mentioned. Martial uncle, let's talk about this when we return to the sect. Since the elders have ordered this disciple to help the elders and deacons, this disciple will naturally obey. This disciple does not have any other abilities, but my body is a little special, so I am not afraid of the fire poison. At the same time, I can also treat the deacons and senior brothers and sisters' fire poison without a problem. Martial uncle, please let me stay and let this disciple help everyone, Ling Xiao said respectfully. What a joke, he had always wanted to come to the Flame Valley, so naturally he would not go back so easily. Even though Zhu Ruchang did not have good intentions, this was also what he wanted. Good, good. You are indeed a disciple of my Wood Flag Peak. Then stay with Martial Uncle here, you will be fine. Mu En saw that Ling Xiao was so considerate and immediately said happily. Then he said to Zhang Li, Junior Zhang, this Herb Peak's Zhu Ruchang's temperament is still a bit lacking. Yes, we will report this to the sect leader when we return to the sect. Don't think that just because you are a third-rank alchemist, you can torment such an outstanding disciple, Zhang Li nodded in agreement. These days, Ling Xiao had treated a few Scarlet Flame Peak true disciples and the deacons guarding here, temporarily calming everyone's minds. All the elders saw this, and Zhang Li was an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak, so of course he was extremely satisfied with Ling Xiao's actions. However, Zhu Ruchang pushed Ling Xiao to the Flame Valley, and even wanted such an outstanding disciple to mine for ores. This was simply trying to kill Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary disciple, perhaps with their status, they wouldn't even care. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of Herb Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Chengal. Apart from this identity, he was also the most favored and proud disciple of Wood Flag Peak's Peak Lord. Moreover, Ling Xiao had made a great contribution here, and would definitely be remembered when he returned to the sect. How could they not care about a disciple like this? More importantly, Mu En was Ling Xiao's martial uncle, and it seemed that this martial uncle had a good relationship with his master, so of course he would do his best to protect Ling Xiao. In the dilapidated small city, Zhu Ruchang didn't concoct pills as usual, but raised his head to look at the bright sunny sky with his hands behind his back. Waves of heat assaulted his face, making him feel irritated for no reason. At this moment, Lu Dong carefully walked out from behind. Ruchang didn't even turn his head and said, "What are you doing sneaking around?" Lu Dong hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, disciple has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Ruchang frowned slightly and said, "Say it." Long ago, he still had high hopes for Lu Dong, but following Lu Dong's disappointing performance, he was extremely dissatisfied with Lu Dong. However, he couldn't find a decent disciple all these years, so he was also very depressed. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't like Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was only a disciple of their Herb Peak, perhaps he wouldn't hate Ling Xiao so much. However, Ling Xiao had one disciple and 2 masters, and after becoming a disciple of their Herb Peak, he also became a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. This made Ruchang feel extremely uncomfortable. In Ruchang's heart, being an alchemist was an honorable profession. Anyone who could become a disciple of their Herb Peak was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Yet Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. Ruchang felt that Ling Xiao didn't care about the profession of alchemist. He thought that a person like Ling Xiao who didn't have the heart to be an alchemist was not qualified to be an alchemist. Therefore, he thought that it was better to chase Ling Xiao out of Herb Peak, so that he wouldn't ruin their Herb Peak's reputation in the future. At this time, Lu Dong came to his master and said respectfully, "Master, have you ever thought about why Ling Xiao can restrain the fire poison? Didn't he say it was because of his body? Could it be that there really is a secret?" Ruchang glanced at Lu Dong and said, "Master, then what kind of physique do you think is needed to restrain the fire poison? Moreover, to be able to expel the fire poison from others?" Lu Dong didn't answer and instead asked a question. To restrain the fire poison, only an absolute Yin body can prevent the fire poison from attacking, or a king level or above strength that can repel and not absorb the fire attribute spirit qi. As for being able to expel the fire poison from others, it also requires an absolute Yin body. Moreover, after reaching the Spirit Master level and converting it into Spirit Qi, one can help expel the fire poison from others. However, helping others expel the fire poison will consume a lot of Spirit Qi, and the slightest bit of carelessness will cause the fire poison to backfire, Wuchang said. At this point, he revealed a slightly surprised expression and said, "Could it be that he has a spirit weapon on him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lu Dong lowered his voice and said, "Master, other than this explanation, do you think there is another explanation?" Wuchang's body slightly trembled and his eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. His whole body sank into deep thought. At this time, Lu Dong quietly retreated. He knew that his master had already made up his mind, and now he could only wait to watch a good show. Since Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate kindness, then he would let him know the consequences of offending him, Lu Dong. As night fell, the temperature in the Flame Valley was slightly suppressed. It was clearly much more comfortable than during the day. Ling Xiao said to his martial uncle Mu En, then found a quiet place to sit down. "Prodigal brat, Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao called out to the spirit beast wristband, and two shadows appeared in front of him. A small scarlet beast and a huge golden wolf king appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The small scarlet beast instantly pounced in front of Ling Xiao and licked Ling Xiao's face a few times. Then, it began to dance in the forest, seemingly very happy. The golden wolf king showed an extremely impatient look and transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "Master, Xiao Jin hates this place." The Golden Wolf King had a dual attribute of metal and wind, and this Flame Valley was filled with fire attributes and fire poison. It just so happened to restrain the Golden Wolf King's metal attribute, so it wasn't strange for it to feel uncomfortable. "Since that's the case, you can return to the wristband," Ling Xiao said. Just as he was about to call back the Golden Wolf King, he thought of something and asked, "Xiao Jin, how long do you need to break through to the fourth step?" Ever since the Golden Wolf King had followed Ling Xiao, he had often fed the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin with beast cores. Now, the Golden Wolf King was a high-rank 3-spirit beast. The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, in order to break through to the fourth step, I need to absorb a huge amount of energy. I need to eat at least 20 essence beads." The essence beads that the Golden Wolf King was talking about were spirit beast cores. 20! Ling Xiao's face fiercely slapped. Over the past year and a half, Yang Kai had been feeding beast cores to the Golden Wolf King and Fire Qilin, so the number of beast cores in his space ring had been reduced by half. Most of the remaining beast cores were 4th order and 3rd order beast cores of the metal and wind attribute. The Golden Wolf King couldn't directly consume the 4th step beast cores, so it was in a difficult situation. If he wanted the Golden Wolf King to stay in the wristband to advance, then he would need to provide it with enough beast cores. Without beast cores, this big guy would need to eat a lot of meat, and Ling Xiao didn't have the time to hunt with it. Now that the Golden Wolf King wanted to advance to the 4th step, it needed to absorb so many beast cores. This made Ling Xiao very distressed. Metal attribute spirit beasts were easier to find, but wind attribute spirit beasts were very rare. Even if he had the strength to hunt them, he didn't know where to find them. "Forget it, we'll cross the bridge when we get to the bow of the boat. If we can't, then we'll ask Master for some. It shouldn't be a problem." Ling Xiao shook his head. At this time, the Fire Qilin flew back with a rank 3 spirit beast in its mouth and smashed it in front of Ling Xiao. This little guy actually let Ling Xiao barbecue for it. It seems like this little guy is suffocating. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 210. The spirit beasts in Flame Valley were full of fire poison. Even Ling Xiao had to be careful when eating the roasted meat, but the Fire Qilin ate a lot and was completely fine. Moreover, it seemed to be very happy here. Ling Xiao wanted it to return to the spirit beast wristband, but it refused. Helpless, Ling Xiao could only let it be. He thought, this little guy is a divine beast, so this trivial fire poison shouldn't be able to do anything to it. After the Golden Wolf King was put away, Ling Xiao threw a fire attribute beast core into the Fire Qilin's mouth. This little guy had already advanced to the 3rd rank for a long time, and had swallowed 3 times the beast core of the Golden Wolf King, but it still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was puzzled. If this little guy could break through to the 4th rank, then even if he faced a king stage expert, he would have a chance to survive. However, Now Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the fire qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. This flame valley was full of spirit beasts of the 3rd rank and above, and they were all of the fire attribute. Although they contained fire poison, it wasn't a problem for the fire qilin to eat. As long as he hunted more spirit beasts and stored them, he wouldn't need to worry about the fire qilin not having enough beast cores to eat. Right now, he wasn't in a hurry to find spirit beasts. With his strength, he was still far from being able to deal with spirit beasts, so he could only raise his strength first. Now, his profound strength was gradually approaching perfection, but his state of mind still needed to be adjusted. For now, it was better to use the rich fire poison here to temper himself first. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and no longer circulated any profound qi to resist the hot world energy here. He then took out the stubborn grass he had obtained from G2 from his space ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The main purpose of the stubborn grass was to increase the cultivation speed of Xianxia, and Ling Xiao wanted to use it to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation secrets. He wanted to strive to raise the Viscera refinement realm to the middle realm during this period of time in Flaming Valley. After giving up all his defenses, Ling Xiao was already drenched in sweat after a short while. His clothes were soaked, and the fire poison in the spiritual energy adhered to his skin. His skin immediately turned dark red. At the same time, the fire poison contained in the spirit beast meat he had just consumed was no longer suppressed. It was freely spread throughout his body, invading his internal organs and limbs. Under the pincer attack of both internal and external fire poison, Ling Xiao's entire body turned into a bloody man, looking extremely ferocious and frightening. "It's almost time," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. He immediately began to circulate the innate wind evil qi, driving all the fire poison in his body into his internal organs, preventing it from damaging other muscles. At the same time, it also prevented the fire poison from invading his body again. The fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the innate wind, and could only wreak havoc in Ling Xiao's internal organs. Soon, his internal organs were infected by the fire poison, and his physiological muscles were corroded bit by bit. Ling Xiao guarded his mind and immediately activated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. With the help of the mischievous grass, the speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was several times faster than usual. The skin that had been infected by the fire poison only took a moment to return to its original state, and the internal organs in his body also continuously repaired themselves. The Vajra 5 transformation technique could repair the body, but it could not expel the fire poison. The fire poison still remained in his body and wantonly destroyed it. For a moment, a very strange phenomenon took place in his body. Just as the fire poison corroded and destroyed a part of his muscles, the Vajra 5 transformation technique immediately repaired it, and this process repeated without end. This kind of painful torment caused Ling Xiao to be in so much pain that he wanted to die. He wanted to scream out loud, but he was afraid of alarming others. He could only stuff a large piece of uneaten spirit beast meat into his mouth, trying his best to not make a sound. Even so, his forehead was dripping with sweat like rain. It was clear that the fire poison in Ling Xiao's body was many times stronger than before. The night passed uneventfully, and the east gradually turned bright. The temperature in Flame Valley became hot and stuffy again. Ling Xiao had already recovered from his cultivation. After a night of torment, not only did he not seem dispirited, but he was even more spirited. "I believe that reaching the middle stage within a month won't be a problem." Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction as he muttered to himself. Previously, he hadn't had the resources to cultivate the 3rd transformation. Now that he had the resources and the conditions, he naturally had to make good use of it. Moreover, the abnormal defense of the Vajra 5 transformation technique had given Ling Xiao many benefits. As for the hardships he had to endure during his cultivation, he could ignore them. Ling Xiao once again walked towards the mine. Who would have thought that after a few steps, he would run into Ji Yanzhao and his junior apprentice sister Mo Ilian. "Junior apprentice brother Ling Xiao, take care." Ji Yanzhao immediately called out when he saw Ling Xiao. "So it's senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister." Ling Xiao saw the two and cupped his hands in greeting. "Junior apprentice brother, you don't need to be so polite. You are my savior." Ji Yanzhao said, then continued, "I didn't think that you would be sent to help guard the crystal mine. Why don't you join our group? Although my strength isn't good, it won't be a problem for me to protect you." There were spirit beasts in Flame Valley at all times, and the elders didn't always stay in Flame Valley. Therefore, with Ling Xiao's strength as a high-level mystic cultivator, it was still quite dangerous. Of course, Xianxia didn't know that Ling Xiao had a spirit beast to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Mo Ilian also opened her mouth. That's right, junior apprentice brother Ling, come with us. We still have a lot to thank you for saving my senior apprentice brother's life. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister's kindness, but I still have to listen to the elders' arrangements. I really can't go with you. Ling Xiao smiled and declined. What a joke, with his martial uncle here, why would he want to guard the crystal mine? He might as well find a place to cultivate. He was currently using the stubborn grass, so he didn't want to waste its medicinal power. So that's how it is. Then we won't force you. Xianxia said with slight disappointment. He then took out a few spirit grasses from his spatial ring and handed them to Ling Xiao, saying, Junior apprentice brother, this is a small reward to thank you for saving my life. I hope junior apprentice brother doesn't mind. How could I accept this? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but look at the spirit grasses in Xianxiao's hand. Suddenly, his pupils dilated a bit and he couldn't help but exclaim, Live spot bamboo. Among the few stalks of spirit grass that Xianxiao took out, there was one stalk that looked like a bamboo. It had 5 small sections, and each section had an ink-like pattern, just like the pattern of a zebra beast. It was vivid and lifelike. Junior apprentice brother is truly worthy of being an alchemist, being able to see through it with a single glance. Xianxiao smiled. Since senior apprentice brother has such good intentions, then junior apprentice brother will accept it. Ling Xiao no longer refused and received the spirit grasses from Xianxiao. He then said, to tell you the truth, this live spot bamboo is of great use to junior apprentice brother. Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's gift. If there is a need for it in the future, junior apprentice brother will definitely not refuse. Junior apprentice brother's words are too serious. You are my benefactor, so if you continue to be so polite, then you're treating me like an outsider, Xianxiao said. To the side, Mo Ilian also said, that's right, junior apprentice brother should be able to use it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to take out such a small thing. Senior apprentice sister. What are you talking about? Live spot bamboo is a low-tier 4th-rank spirit grass and is extremely valuable. Junior apprentice brother has profited greatly. When junior apprentice brother becomes a 3rd-rank alchemist in the future, I definitely won't forget senior apprentice brother's kindness, Ling Xiao solemnly said. Live spot bamboo was of great use to him, and he hadn't expected that Xianxiao would give it to him. Of course he had to accept it, but at the same time, he couldn't just take advantage of someone else. If he didn't make a promise, then that wouldn't be nice. Good. Then I hope junior apprentice brother can quickly reach the 3rd rank. At that time, senior apprentice brother can also bask in junior apprentice brother's glory, haha. Xianxiao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao chatted with the two of them for a bit more before walking towards the nearby camp. At the camp, only Mu Wen remained to guard it. The other elders had already disappeared, and there were also a few attendants and disciples guarding the entrance of the crystal mine. Ling Xiao had always been puzzled. Just who was mining the crystal mine? How important was the crystal mine? Presumably, it was the sect's most loyal disciples. Unexpectedly the next moment, Ling Xiao looked towards the entrance of the cave, and his mouth opened wide. He saw a few unkempt people coming out of the cave. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, and their feet were chained, just like prisoners. They handed some things to an attendant, and then went back into the cave. Could it be? Are they the sect's prisoners? Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. He had been in the Purple Sky sect for a year, but he had never heard of any prisoners being held in the sect. He didn't sympathize with these prisoners, but he just couldn't understand who they were. If these people really offended the sect, they could just kill them. Why would they need to imprison them? That was simply a waste of food. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ear. These people used to be the sect's attendants or disciples, but they used the sect's reputation to commit a felony, so they were imprisoned to atone for the felony they committed. Ling Xiao's heart sank. The person had already come to his side, but he didn't know. When he turned around, he saw that his martial uncle Mu An was already behind him. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, martial uncle." "Forget it," Muan said. "How did you offend your martial uncle Zhu? You actually provoked him to treat you like a prisoner, and he actually wants you to mine?" This disciple also doesn't understand. "I have only met martial uncle Zhu a few times, and I can't think of how I have offended martial uncle Zhu," Ling Xiao replied. As for why Chong Chong didn't like him, Ling Xiao really didn't know. Maybe it was Lu Dong, that villain, who made things up, or maybe he was jealous of this young master's peerless Ten Bin. Anyway, no matter what, if Chong Chong wanted to deal with him, he absolutely couldn't let him succeed. "Since you are not happy in Medicine Peak, you can directly stay in Wooden Flag Peak from now on. I think your master will be very happy," Muan said. Martial uncle's kindness, Ling Xiao understands, but it's not too late to decide after I reach the 3rd level, Ling Xiao replied. "All right, when you reach the 3rd level, our Wooden Flag Peak will bask in your glory," Muan said happily. Then he said, "During this time, you can just stay around here. Martial uncle won't let anything happen to you." "Thank you, martial uncle." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude. At this moment, a attendant hurriedly ran over and said to Muan, "Elder Mu, a prisoner has been poisoned." Elderly asked Ling Xiao to go and treat him. Chapter 2:11. The ones who were poisoned weren't deacons or disciples, but the sex prisoners who were mining inside the crystal mine. The entire Flame Valley was filled with fire poison, so the crystal mine must be filled with fire poison as well. However, during this period of time, there was already a sufficient supply of ice-cold pills. Logically speaking, it was impossible for ordinary fire poison to poison them again, but now they were indeed poisoned by fire poison, and this fire poison could not even be suppressed by the ice-cold pills. "What's going on?" Muan looked at the prisoners lying on the ground and asked the deacon on duty. A fire rat spirit beast appeared in the crystal mine and they were all bitten. "Now Deacon Xing has brought people in to hunt the fire rats," the deacon replied. "Nonsense, the crystal mine can't withstand the impact. If the crystal mine is destroyed, then it'll be a great crime." Muan's expression changed as he shouted. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, save them, I'll go take a look inside the crystal mine." After saying that, Muan rushed into the crystal mine and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao knew the severity of the situation and immediately said to the deacon, "Help me move them to a quiet place first. I'll have to trouble Deacon to protect me first." "No problem." The deacon could see that Muan was very concerned about Ling Xiao, so he didn't dare to put on any airs. He immediately followed Ling Xiao's instructions and moved the prisoners to a quiet place. Ling Xiao used both hands at the same time and placed them on the 2 prisoners' chests. 2 gusts of Xiantian Yin Qi were sent out. However, no matter how serious the fire poison was, as long as Ling Xiao treated them in time, they would be able to survive. Not long after, the fire poison was expelled from the prisoners. Just to be on the safe side, Ling Xiao also fed them healing pills to ensure that they wouldn't die. What serious crime did these fellows commit to have their dantians sealed? Ling Xiao looked at the prisoners in front of him and muttered. These prisoners didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations and were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, their feet were chained. No wonder the sect was at ease letting these prisoners mine. If they did so, they would not have the ability to escape with a crystal. Now, there was still the last prisoner left. This prisoner looked quite young, only in his 30s, and was the youngest among all the prisoners. There was a long scar on his face, adding a thick stroke to his resolute face, making him look extremely ferocious and fierce, but it also added a bit of arrogance and domineeringness to him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This guy looks pretty good, so how did he become a prisoner? Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the man's body and sent the innate Yin Wind baleful qi over. Unexpectedly, the Yin Wind baleful qi that he injected was like a stone sinking into the sea. It actually disappeared without a trace in that person's body. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, "Something's wrong." Following that, he increased the amount of innate Yin Wind baleful qi. He wanted to see if the fire poison was really so powerful that it could actually devour his innate Yin Wind baleful qi. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that the Yin Wind evil qi that he had endlessly sent over would go out of control after entering his opponent's body, as if it was being sucked away by something. Ling Xiao's expression became more and more solemn. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?" Ling Xiao had always been successful in expelling the fire poison, but he did not expect to meet such a troublesome opponent today. For a moment, he was extremely annoyed. He immediately shouted and pressed his hands on the prisoner's chest, sending two powerful wind evil qi through his arms. Both of his arms turned jet black and emitted a cold qi. The clothes in front of the prisoner's chest were instantly corroded by the innate wind evil qi. However, at this moment, a change happened to the prisoner. The fiery red color of his skin instantly turned jet black, looking extremely strange and frightening. Ling Xiao only thought that this was the effect of his wind evil qi, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, he did not dare to send the innate wind evil qi over again. Otherwise, before he could expel the fire poison, the prisoner would be killed by his innate wind evil qi first. Phew! Ling Xiao released his palms and sat to the side to meditate. Even though the innate wind evil qi was provided by the innate wind bead, it still consumed a lot of his Xian qi. Moreover, after continuously saving people just now, he felt very tired. Ling Xiao did not know that while he was meditating with his eyes closed, the prisoner beside him underwent a shocking change. He saw that his eyes actually trembled slightly, then his pair of coarse arms slowly spread out, placed flat in front of his lower abdomen, and formed a mysterious hand seal. Immediately after, a strange thing happened. The jet-black color around his body actually flowed towards the dantian in his lower abdomen, and at the same time, the surrounding spiritual qi also had an obvious fluctuation. Ling Xiao seemed to feel something and opened his eyes to look at the prisoner. He suddenly jumped up in shock and murmured, "This guy can't have recovered, right?" Unexpectedly, the prisoner also opened his eyes. Those jet-black eyes were like that of a tiger's, emitting an aura of brilliance. "Not good!" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, then immediately sought help from the deacon not far away. Ding dang! The prisoner bounced up from the ground, and a withered hand actually grabbed Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. "Tsk tisk, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows when I, cruel leopard, would be able to escape. In order to thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact." The prisoner laughed sinisterly. Then, he struggled with both of his legs, and the iron chains made of dark steel were instantly broken. With Ling Xiao's throat being grabbed, he could not speak. At the same time, the prisoner's aura suppressed the surrounding aura. Ling Xiao was aghast. This guy at least had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he seemed to be a bit stronger. "Don't stare at me like that. To be able to die in the hands of me, cruel leopard, is your honor." The prisoner who called himself Cruel Leopard twisted his neck and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was about to kill him, so he immediately gathered his mental strength. Even if he died, he had to turn this guy into an idiot. And just as Cruel Leopard was about to kill him, he slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately said unwillingly, "Count yourself lucky." Then, he threw Ling Xiao heavily on the ground and fled in one direction. His speed was simply frightening. Pah! Ling Xiao was smashed onto a tree, and the tree trunk was broken by him. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly seriously injured. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" The person who came was Mu En. Marshal uncle. One escaped." Ling Xiao took a breath and said with difficulty. He really didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. A light throw almost took his little life. Fortunately, he cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, so his defensive ability was not bad. If it was any other high-level mystic cultivator, he would probably have died on the spot. "I know, that guy can actually undo the seal on his own. It seems that he has already comprehended something. You heal here first, I'll chase him back." "We can't let him escape," Muen said with a dignified expression. It seemed that he attached great importance to the person who escaped. Muen flew up into the sky and chased in the direction of Cruel Leopard. Ling Xiao immediately meditated to recover from his injuries. At the same time, a storm was set off in his heart. The aura that the prisoner gave him was actually quite evil, and his strength was very strong. He looked to be only about 30 years old, but he was actually already a high-level spirit master. It seemed that he was definitely one of the top geniuses. What puzzled him the most was that the other party used his innate wind evil qi to undo the seal. This person's scheming and ability were really quite terrifying. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's injuries were basically healed. Mu En also returned. Looking at his disappointed expression, it was obvious that he had lost him. At the same time, all the elders in the Flame Valley gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fire rats appeared in the crystal mine, and all the prisoners were poisoned by fire poison. Although the fire poison has been removed, their profound strength has been sealed, and they can't use their profound strength at all. Their injuries have not recovered yet, so let's discuss how to continue mining crystals. Also, I'll tell everyone a piece of bad news. Cruel Leopard broke the seal and escaped, Muen said to the elders with a suspicious expression. What? Cruel Leopard actually broke the seal on his own? The elders' expressions all became aghast, as if they were quite afraid of Cruel Leopard. That's right, when I chased after him, there was no trace of him. He can hide his aura, so it's already impossible to find him, Muen replied. At this time, Zhongli said, the news of Cruel Leopard's escape must be immediately reported to the sect, and we must find him as soon as possible. If we let him escape back to the Devil Shadow sect, I'm afraid they will have ideas about the crystal mine. Junior Zhang is right, but it's too late to report to the sect now. I think we should first let 2 people find traces of Cruel Leopard, and once they find him, immediately kill him. On the other hand, gather all the deacons and disciples, and let them go in to mine. Now there are not many profound crystals left, and our people are mining day and night. Within half a month, we can definitely all evacuate, Muen suggested. Just as he finished speaking, an elder praised. That's right, right now the ice-cold pills are very abundant, and we don't have to be afraid of the fire poison at all. It's also much faster for our own people to mine the crystals. One of us will guard them and watch over them, and not let them fill their pockets. Even if we let them secretly collect a few pieces, there won't be any loss. It's much better than letting others have a share of the profits, another elder echoed. Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. Junior Liu, Junior Wang, I'll have to trouble you 2 to track down Cruel Leopard's tracks. Old Zhang and I will stay here, and Junior Nan, you should hurry back to the sect and report this matter to the sect master. Muen arranged. Everyone nodded and acted according to the plan. Next, Muen began to gather all the deacons and disciples, and ordered them to enter the cave to mine the crystal mine. Of course, the elders and disciples of Medicine Peak did not need to join the ranks. This was the privilege of Medicine Peak. If the esteemed alchemist were to join in the operation of collecting crystals, they would be laughed at by others if word of this got out. However, just as everyone was speeding up the mining, an astonishing change quietly occurred in the cave. Chapter 2:12. In a pitch-black mine, a dozen or so dazzling night pearls emitted the same light as the moon. The deacons and a dozen disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all gathered in this mine, which seemed to be abnormally crowded. Zhongli said in a clear voice, there are low-grade profound crystals in the rock walls. You guys should collect these profound crystals as soon as possible and hand them over to me. Whoever collects the most profound crystals will be rewarded with 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals when they return to the sect. As soon as Zhongli said this, all the deacons and disciples climbed between the rock walls to investigate and dig for profound crystals. 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals was a very generous reward. Under normal circumstances, one might not even be able to earn 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals in a year. Outside the cave, Muen was sitting quietly under a big tree, with a few disciples beside him. They were Yun Mengqi, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lai Yan. These were the disciples who did not need to go into the cave to collect. There were also a few female disciples who had been sent back to the sect, as there was no need for them to do this kind of labor. Muen closed his old eyes and meditated like an old monk. Nothing could disturb him. Ling Xiao was more embarrassed. He was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, and for some reason, he felt very nervous. In front of him was Yun Mengqi. Although her gaze was on the mine, her eyes would glance back from time to time. On his left was Bing Ruoshui. Her whole body was emitting a chill, which made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. On his right, the beautiful girl Yu Lai Yan, who was holding his hand affectionately, wanted to kill him. Her proud breasts kept squeezing and squeezing, causing his heart to be in chaos, but he did not dare to act recklessly. For a moment, he fell into a strange state. Senior sister, you should stay away from me. The weather is hot, and I am sweating all over. Even if you don't dislike me, I will feel embarrassed. Ling Xiao broke the silence and said. At the same time, he wanted to pull out his arm. Unexpectedly, his arm rubbed against the elastic soft flesh a few times, but he could not break free. That feeling made Ling Xiao's lust almost burst out, and he cursed in his heart. What is this demoness trying to do? Yu Lian gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look and said, Junior brother, you're so naughty. You're making me so itchy. Why don't we go further away and not disturb the elder's rest? When she said this, she looked at Bing Ruoshui, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation. No, our mission is to guard the crystal vein. How can we leave without permission? Ling Xiao firmly shook his head. What a joke, if he and Yu Lian left, Yun Mingqi would definitely misunderstand. At that time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. Yu Lian shook Ling Xiao's arm and said, There's an elder here. What are you afraid of? Besides, we won't be too far away. We can sense what's going on. Senior sister, don't play with me. If senior brother Huang sees us like this, he'll probably kill us to silence us. We're just high-level Xian cultivators, and we're not his match. I think you should let me go, said Ling Xiao. Although Yu Lian's appearance and body were definitely top class, Ling Xiao didn't dare touch her lightly. This kind of woman looked very delicious, but if they really made any substantial progress, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, Yun Mengqi was here, and he didn't dare take too much advantage of her. Flirting with her for a bit would also relieve his boredom. He dares? He's just a good-looking but useless fellow. Yu Lian shouted angrily at the mention of Huang Yifeng. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and then she smiled at Ling Xiao. Junior brother, could it be that you don't know your senior sister's feelings? Her beautiful eyes were suffused with a moving luster, making people feel pity for her. At this time, Yun Mengqi, who was in front of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao saw it. Senior sister, I'm begging you, can you stop messing around? Begged Ling Xiao. If Yun Mengqi really did misunderstand, then that would be terrible. Do you really hate me that much? Yu Lian pretended to be a little girl, and her beautiful eyes actually became misty. Ling Xiao was just about to open his mouth to speak when Bing Ruoshui coldly said, How shameless! For a moment, Ling Xiao found that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a bit, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yu Lian laughed tenderly. Haha, is junior sister Ruoshui jealous? Bing Ruoshui turned her face away and didn't reply. If junior sister Ruoshui likes it, then how about we split it in half? Junior brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding, and it wouldn't be a loss if the two of us served him, continued Yu Lian. Ling Xiao felt like he had been defeated. Why was this woman's words getting more and more ridiculous? Bing Ruoshui coldly looked back at Yu Lian. I don't share men's preferences with others. Originally, there was nothing wrong with that, and Ling Xiao didn't think it was inappropriate. But what she said next almost caused him to collapse. Bing Ruoshui actually walked over to Ling Xiao's other side and hugged his arm. He's already my man, and I won't allow you to have any thoughts about him. Her tone revealed a rare gentleness and determination, and a hint of redness actually appeared on her cold and delicate face. Yu Lian was stunned by Bing Ruoshui's words, and Yun Mingqi directly turned to look at Bing Ruoshui. As for Mu En, he had rushed over to another tree to meditate. Hee. I really didn't expect junior sister Ruoshui to be so amazing. You actually managed to steal junior brother away from me. But I don't mind being junior brother's concubine. Does junior sister Ruoshui mind? Yu Lian covered her mouth as she laughed. Did you not understand what I meant? I don't have the habit of sharing men with others, Bing Ruoshui replied forcefully. Is that so? Since you said junior brother is your man, then why do I see that the cinnabar on your arm is still there? Yu Lian glanced at Bing Ruoshui's tender arm. Bing Ruoshui's face flushed red, but she still held onto Ling Xiao's arm and replied, It's none of your business. In any case, he's my man. If you really want him, you'll have to defeat me. It looks like junior sister Ruoshui is determined to eat junior brother. But I'm also very interested in junior brother. It looks like I'll have to compete with you, Yu Lian replied, and her body actually began to emit a dense flame. Enough! Are you done yet? Ling Xiao's body shook as he shouted. Whoosh! A pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades shot towards him. Ling Xiao's aura withered, and he immediately begged. Grand Aunts, I'm begging you. I'm a cowardly person, and I don't have any skills. I'm not even a spirit master. Even if I'm handsome and everyone loves me, I really don't think I'm suitable for you. Please don't hurt our relationship because of me. Otherwise, junior brother will feel very uneasy. Haha. I'm going to die from laughter. Yu Lian was the first to burst into laughter as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking. Bing Ruoshui's expressionless face also had a hint of a smile on it. It was just that she had turned her face to the side so others couldn't see it clearly. Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and walked away by herself. It's over. It's all over now. Mingqi's definitely jealous. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi's graceful figure. I've never seen such an arrogant fellow like you. But senior sister likes it. Yu Lian stopped laughing and moved closer to Ling Xiao. Don't touch him again. Bing Ruoshui coldly snorted. All right, you two go to the side and deal with it yourselves. I want some peace and quiet, said Ling Xiao. The two women sensed Ling Xiao's depressed mood and glared at him. Then they let go of Ling Xiao and each found a place to sit down. How do I explain this time? Ling Xiao sat down on the ground and thought bitterly. Forget it. It's better to increase my strength first. Ling Xiao lightly sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, there were attendants and disciples taking turns harvesting crystals. Their speed was 10 times faster than using prisoners. If this continued, they would be able to harvest all the profound crystals in less than 10 days. During these 3 days, with the help of the mischievous grass, Ling Xiao continuously used the fire poison here to refine his organs. The third transformation of the Vajra 5 changes secret was advancing very quickly. He believed that as long as he persisted for a while more, he would be able to reach the middle stage. This speed left Ling Xiao speechless. At the same time, the profound qi within his body had reached a full state. The third layer acupoint of the 3 parts returning origin qi had already been filled by half. He was a bit closer to the third layer. Another thing worth mentioning was that the fire qilin actually didn't want to return to the spirit beast wristband after being released at night. This caused Ling Xiao to feel a bit vexed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this little fellow was following him, but it wasn't his protective spirit beast. There was nothing he could do to force it. The sudden appearance of this cute little spirit beast caused Yu Lian to be both surprised and happy. Unfortunately, the fire qilin was something that no one besides Ling Xiao could touch. This caused Yu Lian to be very dissatisfied. She kept pestering Ling Xiao to let her play with this little fellow for a few days. However, Bing Ruoshui was also often by Ling Xiao's side, not allowing Yu Lian to make a move on him. The two of them were often full of gunpowder, but in the end, they couldn't fight. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. These two girls probably had a grudge in their previous lives. In this life they will be enemies. One ice and one fire. It's really hard for ice and fire to melt. After 3 days of peace, on the 4th day, there was news that a fire rat had appeared in the crystal mine, and several deacons were injured by it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, so they were all scared but not hurt. However, the appearance of the fire rat caused Muan to be puzzled. Could it be that there is a rat nest near the crystal mine? Whether there was a rat nest near the crystal mine or not, for the time being. On this day, Muan, Zhongli, and Yun Mingqi all gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy, and flew into the air at the same time. Muan said in a clear voice to the front, "Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Immediately after, in the forest of the Flame Valley, several figures shot out at the same time. One of them laughed and said, "Truly worthy of being an elder of the Purple Heaven sect. We haven't even arrived yet, but we've already been discovered by you. Truly amazing." Chapter 213. It's people from the moon-worshipping sect. Everyone be careful. Mu-En transmitted to Zhongli and Yun Mingqi. Gazing at Mu-En and the others from afar were 5 people wearing black robes. There were 4 men and 1 woman. Other than the woman, the 4 men all looked to be middle-aged, but in reality, They were the same age as Mu En and the others. They were all over 100 years old. The woman had a veil on her face just like Yun Mengqi, but her veil was purple, while Yun Mengqi's veil was purple, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from her alluring figure, she should belong to the type of young married woman, the type that all men couldn't help but drool when they saw her. So it's an elder of the moon-worshipping sect. What business do you have with my purple sky sect? Muin asked the five. At the same time, he was also on guard. The other party had hidden their tracks and had come here. Could it be that the news of the crystal mine had been leaked? I am Mu Ji of the moon-worshipping sect. These are my sect's elders. We just happened to pass by here and found out that your sect's elders are here to take care of business. Please forgive us for disturbing you. The woman with the purple veil bowed slightly to Mu En and the others. Her voice was like clear spring water that seeped into the hearts of those who heard it. It was very pleasant to listen to. Mu En and Zhang Li were surprised when they heard the other party's name. Mu En regained his composure and said, "So it's the moon-worshipping sect's moon maiden. This old man has been disrespectful. I am the Purple Sky sect's Wood Flag Peaks Mu En. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. My sect is here to take care of business, so we won't entertain you. Please forgive us for our lack of respect." Haha, of course we know that your esteemed sect is doing business here, but this seems to be the boundary between our two sections. It just so happens that we also have something to do here, so it shouldn't hinder your esteemed sect, right? A skinny old man beside Mu Ji laughed heartily. His demeanor seemed to be extremely rude and arrogant. Mu En's expression sank and he asked, This old man is Wu Wei. The skinny old man arrogantly stroked his white beard. Wu Wei. Senior apprentice Brother Mu. Have you heard of an elder like this in the moon-worshipping sect? Zhang Li asked. Never heard of it, Mu En replied indifferently. Actually, all of them knew of Wu Wei. He was a newly promoted elder of moon-worshipping sect, and he'd just broken through to the king rank not too long ago. Every time a king rank expert was born among the various sects, it would attract the attention of the other sections. However, Zhang Li and Mu En deliberately said that because they couldn't stand Wu Wei's arrogant expression. Their Purple Sky sect and moon-worshipping sect were neighboring sections. Both sects' strength was about the same, but Purple Sky sect's ranking was above moon-worshipping sect. And this Wu Wei had a high and mighty appearance, as if he was the sect master of moon-worshipping sect, which was extremely annoying. On the other hand, Zhang Li and Mu En were both famous figures who had advanced to the king rank a long time ago, so they naturally wouldn't lose to this kind of junior. This was a matter of great importance that concerned the dignity of the Purple Sky sect, so they absolutely couldn't be careless. What did you say? You don't recognize me, Wu Wei? The old man who referred to himself as Wu Wei exclaimed in displeasure. Moon-worshipping sect master Mu and her highness, Moon Maiden, we have long since heard of you, but you look very familiar, Zhang Li said bluntly. Bastards, you actually dare to look down on this king? Wu Wei cursed loudly, and his sharp golden spiritual energy instantly surged, causing the surrounding area to become chaotic with howling winds. Wu Wei had advanced to the king rank for more than a year, and he had enjoyed the treatment of an elder in the moon-worshipping sect. All the attendants and disciples in the sect had to respectfully address him as Lord Elder when they saw him, and they all had to flatter him. That kind of feeling made him feel extremely refreshed. This had also caused him to develop an excessively arrogant attitude, as if he was saying, I am number one under heaven, and you all have to listen to my orders. That kind of arrogance and conceit. In the moon-worshipping sect, the elders didn't pay attention to his behavior. Anyone who broke through to the king rank would be complacent and arrogant. After all, the strongest people in the northwest were king rank experts. In this hot land, they were the high and mighty kings. What? Are you sure you want to fight here? Mu En indifferently looked at Wu Wei. I want to let everyone in the Purple Sky sect know of this king's prestige. Wu Wei couldn't stand being ignored by others, and he actually wanted to attack Mu En and the others. At this time, Mu Ji shouted from the side, Elder Wu, don't be rude. Get back here. Moon Maiden, they're going too far. Wu Wei said unhappily. Enough. These two are seniors of the Purple Sky sect. We can't be rude, Mu Ji said softly. Wu Wei didn't dare disobey Mu Ji's orders, and he could only restrain his aura and retreat behind Mu Ji. But his eyes flashed with a strong unwillingness, and he secretly said, "I'll definitely get back at them." Mu Ji's gaze landed on Yun Mingqi, and she changed the topic. "I presume this must be the precious daughter of your sect master, Sister Mingqi?" "This one is indeed Yun Mingqi. What advice does Moon Maiden have for me?" Yun Mingqi replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I wouldn't dare. For Sister Mingqi to reach the king rank at such a young age, your future is limitless," Mu Ji praised. Mu En and Zhang Li didn't understand what Mu Ji was planning. However, Yun Mingqi wasn't the kind of person who would be praised to the heavens just because of a few words. She said to Mu Ji, "Sister Moon Maiden is exaggerating. You're the famous genius of our northwest region. Compared to Sister, I'm still far from being able to compare. In the future, Mingqi will definitely come to the moon-worshipping sect to discuss things with Sister. It's just that Sister has important matters to attend to right now." Mu En and Zhang Li exclaimed inwardly, "Miss is really smart." No matter what Mu Ji's intentions were, if they stayed here for even a second longer, they would discover the location of the crystal mine. Mu En and the others didn't want this matter to be discovered. Although they weren't afraid of Mu Ji and the others, if the other side really wanted to force their way in, they wouldn't be able to resist. After all, they only had 3 kings, while the other side had 5. Yun Mingqi had used Mu Ji's words to ask them to leave. Mu Ji laughed lightly. "Sister is too modest. Since Sister wants to discuss things with me, there's no time like the present. Why don't we discuss things now?" Hearing this, Mu En and Zhang Li's expressions changed slightly. Yun Mingqi replied, "Elder sister, are you making things difficult for me?" Just as Mu Ji was about to speak, Mu En frowned and shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to invade our Purple Sky Sect's camp?" Then, he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a beam of green spiritual energy smashed down towards the ground. Rumble! A large area of trees was immediately smashed into powder, and the ground caved in by more than 10 meters. The might of a king stage expert was actually this powerful. A figure had already rushed out from the place where the explosion had struck, and he directly flew into the air. This person was unexpectedly also a king stage expert. All the attendants and disciples in the crystal mine were shocked by the explosion, and they all rushed out of the cave. Everyone looked up at the expert in the air, and they all felt that something big was about to happen. The old man who had flown up from the ground looked at Mu En and sneered, "Mu En, is this how you treat an old friend?" This person was wearing a moon robe just like Mu Ji and the others. He had hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a high forehead. He was tall and thin, and his aura was abnormally overbearing. "It's you." Mu En was slightly moved when he saw the person's face. The old man retreated to Mu Ji's side and said, "It seems that you still haven't forgotten this old friend of yours." "Humph. How could I forget King Qi's fame? But why did King Qi sneak into my sect's camp?" Mu En coldly snorted. This person was moon-worshipping sect's king stage expert, Qi Ding. He was also a mid-stage king stage expert like Mu En, and he was famous in the northwest. The moon-worshipping sect had dispatched 6 king stage experts, and their movements were extremely secretive. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. "Mu En, I won't beat around the bush with you. There was actually a crystal mine in Flame Volcano, and most of it was taken by your Purple Sky sect. The rest was left for our moon-worshipping sect. If you eat the meat, you should also leave some leftovers for us. Don't you think so?" Qi Ding spoke bluntly. Mu En and the other two's expressions all changed when they heard this. "Qi Ding, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is my sect's territory, and the crystal mine here naturally belongs to my sect. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid ruining the good relationship between our 2 sects," said Mu En indifferently. "Mu En, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is the boundary between our 2 sects, and the crystal mine here just so happens to be in the middle of Flame Volcano Valley. Both our sects have a share, and since the crystal mine was discovered by you first, our sect won't pursue the matter of who obtained it first. Now that our sect knows about it, the remaining crystal mine naturally belongs to our sect," said Qi Ding firmly. "What if I don't hand over the rest?" Mu En coldly asked. At the same time, he had already begun to raise his guard. "You really have guts. We have 6 people, and you only have 3. You still dare to contend against us? Senior apprentice brother Qi, don't waste any more words with him. Let's destroy them together, and then the crystal mine will belong to our moon-worshipping sect, said Wu Wei, who had just spoken. How dare you? Mu En and Zhang Li shouted in unison. Heh, it seems you still haven't recognized the situation. If you don't retreat within a quarter of an hour, I'll kill all of your purple sky sex people. Wu Wei laughed sinisterly, and a ball of golden spiritual energy condensed in his palm. It seemed he was ready to attack at any moment. Junior apprentice brother Wu, don't be anxious. Give them 3 breaths of time to consider, said Qi Ding indifferently. Qi Ding, you knew. Do you really want to become enemies with our purple sky sect? Mu En narrowed his eyes. That's not true. We also don't want to make a big fuss. As long as you take a step back and retreat, our 2 sects will still be able to coexist peacefully. Qi Ding acted as if he had already eaten Mu En and the others. Senior apprentice brother Mu, it seems that this matter won't end peacefully. Why don't we fight them until the fish breaks the net? Zhang Li said indignantly. Mu En hesitated for a moment before saying, in truth, there aren't many profound crystals left. Even if we give it to the moon-worshipping sect, there's no harm in doing so. But this is my sect's territory. If we retreat today, it will definitely damage our sect's reputation. We can only fight. He then turned to Yun Mingqi and said, young miss, junior apprentice brother Zhang and I will fight with them. You should take advantage of this opportunity to escape as quickly as possible. When you return to the sect, you must report this matter to the sect master. In the future, the moon-worshipping sect will definitely give you an explanation. I won't run. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 214. 3 breaths have passed. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace, said Qi Ding. Qi Ding, you're going too far. Mu En took a deep breath and released his king-level aura. Stubborn fool, let's go and leave no one alive. Qi Ding viciously said, his fire attribute aura exploding out. I've long since grown impatient. I'll make sure your purple sky sect people remember how powerful I am. Wu Wei shouted and the golden spirit energy in his hand smashed towards Mu En. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Mu En replied and disappeared in an instant. Junior apprentice brother Wu, be careful. He's behind you. Qi Ding warned as he flew forward. Hearing Qi Ding's warning, Wu Wei hastily retreated to defend, but Mu En's attack had already arrived. Boom! Ah! Wu Wei screamed as he was smashed down from the sky by Mu En. At this time, Qi Ding had already arrived at Mu En's side, and the two immediately began fighting. On the other side, the kings of the moon-worshipping sect quickly split into 3 groups. One went to help Qi Ding kill Mu En, the other 2 went to fight Zhang Li, and Mu Ji went to fight Yun Mingqi. Elder sister, don't you know that doing this will bring disaster to your sect? Yun Mingqi looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji replied, as long as you all stay here, who will know that we did it? 2 crescent blades appeared in her hands. The blades emitted a biting cold aura, and the dazzling light they emitted made it hard for people to look directly at them. These 2 crescent blades were shockingly Tier 3 high-tier sabers, and belonged to the Tier 3 premium grade. Since that's the case, then I'll have to ask Elder Sister for a few pointers. Yun Mingqi's hand flashed and a blue long sword appeared in her hand. This was the mid-tier 4th level soft-tide sword she had obtained in the secret realm. Good person, good sword. I wonder if your battle strength is the same? Mu Ji praised, and the 2 blades in her hand slashed out 2 sword attacks that were as dazzling as moonlight. Yun Mingqi didn't retreat, but instead advanced. The soft-tide sword in her hand slashed out wave after wave towards the moonlight sword attack. For a time, shocking sounds of battle rang out in the sky, and colorful spiritual energy bloomed like fireworks. The deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect all looked up at the fierce battle above, and there was a surging fighting spirit in their hearts. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to help. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge the elders? Who knows? They're definitely here to cause trouble. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Look, there are a total of 6 king-level powerhouses, so they definitely came prepared. Perhaps they already know about this crystal mine and are here to steal it. You're right. It looks like this won't end well. Wu Wei, who was blasted down by Mu En's palm, climbed up from the ground. His whole body was covered in dirt and blood, and he looked very embarrassed. Damn it, I was too careless. Wu Wei spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. Then he raised his head to look at the sky. Right now, Mu En was surrounded by Qi Ding and another king-level powerhouse, and Zhang Li was also surrounded by two people. The moon-worshipping sect had the upper hand, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before Mu En and the others would be defeated. On the other side, Yun Mengqi had just advanced to the king level not too long ago, and there was a certain gap between her and Mu Ji. However, she relied on the advantage of her profound artifact and the blue-tier profound skill, soft-tide overlapping, to fight Mu Ji to a standstill. Wu Wei thought to himself, "It looks like there's no need for me to help. Senior brother Qi and the others will be able to get rid of these trash from the Purple Sky sect." Then, he looked at the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect, and a sinister light flashed through his eyes. "I'll take care of these little trash," Wu Wei shouted, and the golden spiritual energy in his hand blasted towards the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect. Boom! Ah! A king-level move could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, and its power was earth-shattering. Wu Wei's move directly killed several deacons of the Purple Sky sect. "You dare to kill our sect's people? Everyone, let's get rid of this guy together." Xing Zhantian shouted as he charged towards Wu Wei. With Xing Zhantian's shout, several deacons of the Purple Sky sect charged towards Wu Wei. "Hee, little trash, come at me. I'll kill as many as you come." Wu Wei licked his dry lips as he spoke fiercely. As an inner deacon, Xing Zhantian's position in the sect was quite high. Now that he was half a step to king level, he could just barely use half of his spiritual power to fight against Wu Wei. The other deacons who were charging over were also experts at the peak of the spirit master level. Wu Wei hadn't expected that the deacons of the Purple Sky sect would have such powerful strength. In addition to the internal injuries he had suffered from Muen's attack, he was forced to continuously retreat by Xing Zhantian and the others. Bastard! Wu Wei's face lost all color, and with a shout, his fists continuously blasted out powerful golden fist shadows. Boom boom! Poo-pee-you! Two deacons of the Purple Sky sect had their chests pierced through and died. "Son of a b****, I'll take you down with me," Xing Zhantian cursed. His expression was resolute, and the long spear in his hand spun out an incomparably powerful spear shadow that stabbed towards Wu Wei. "You don't have the qualifications to take me down with you." Wu Wei raised a single hand, and the golden spirit energy condensed into a blade shadow that smashed heavily against the spear shadow. Immediately, the spear shadow dissipated, and the blade continued to slash towards Xing Zhantian. Although there was only a single step between half a step into the king level and the king level, the difference in strength was incomparable. Seeing that the blade shadow was about to smash into Xing Zhantian, one of the deacons of the Purple Sky sect sent Xing Zhantian flying, avoiding the fate of being dismembered. At the same time, the 20 or so deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect all became incomparably indignant, and they all took out their profound level weapons to attack Wu Wei. "A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon," Wu Wei said disdainfully. His entire body released its aura, and his fists punched out several times, completely disintegrating the attacks of the Purple Sky sect. Wu Wei had thought that he had blocked all the attacks. Unexpectedly, an icy chill and a wave of heat pierced towards him from behind. As a king-level expert, Wu Wei's reflexes were extremely sharp. As soon as he sensed a trace of danger, he immediately soared into the air. The two attacks that had pierced towards him had both fallen behind. "You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. I'll make sure you die a horrible death," Wu Wei said malevolently as he looked at the two beautiful figures below him. At the same time, a beam of golden spirit energy shot towards the two of them like the wind. The two of them hastily retreated, but the beam of golden spirit energy seemed to have eyes of its own and continued to chase after them. Just as the beam of golden spirit energy was about to pierce through their chests, several axe shadows shot out from the side, shaking off the two beams of spirit energy in time. Only then did the two of them manage to escape. The two people who had launched a sneak attack on Wu Wei were Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lai Yan, and the one who had saved them was Shi Tianho. Good. Good. You were actually able to escape one of my attacks. Let me see how many more of my attacks you can escape." Wu Wei sneered condescendingly. He spread out his palms, and once again began to refine his spirit energy attack. At this time, the deacons of the Purple Sky sect once again reorganized their formation, and a beam of spirit energy shot upwards to attack. Xianxia glanced at a corner and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother, you're trying to escape again?" The one who had been preparing to escape was Huang Yifeng. When he heard Xianxia's shout, his body stiffened slightly, and he immediately ran even faster. "Hateful villain!" Xianxia cursed angrily. At this time, the fierce battle in the air had already reached its climax. Mu En and Zhang Li had already suffered quite a few injuries, but they still used all their strength to contend with them. As for Wu Wei, he still continued to abuse the Purple Sky sect. Seeing the deacons of the Purple Sky sect being killed by him, he felt very proud in his heart. "Damned Purple Sky sect, you actually dare to look down on this king. This king will let you all die." Wu Wei muttered as he controlled his spirit energy attack in midair. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a person actually quickly escaping. "If I let you escape from under my eyes, wouldn't that be ruining this king's prestige?" Wu En said with a sneer. His hand condensed into a blade, and he casually waved it. Shill! The golden blade cut through the air like the wind, chopping towards the escaping Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng seemed to sense danger, and stopped to look back. "No!" His eyes bulged out, and he cried out in alarm. The blade directly sank into his waist. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head was separated from his body. "Heh, let's see who still dares to escape." Wu Wei laughed, and continued to kill the deacons of the Purple Sky sect. Among so many people, there was still one person who did not participate in the battle. He was hiding behind a huge rock, watching the battle coldly. This person was Ling Xiao. He was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and his strength was the lowest. He did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle, but it did not mean that he was afraid before the battle. Right now, he was only thinking about how to help the sect through this crisis. The difference in strength is too great. There is no way to resist. Ling Xiao thought about it, but could not think of a good plan, and could not help but say sadly. Seeing the sect deacons being killed one by one, Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. At this rate, it would be his turn sooner or later. "Fuck, I'll go all out." Ling Xiao seemed to have made up his mind, and then he said to the fire qilin on his shoulder, "Prodigal boy, bring me up." The fire qilin listened to Ling Xiao's words and immediately grew to 2 meters long. Its majestic appearance exuded a noble and domineering aura. "If only you were already a 4th-rank spirit beast." Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire qilin's back and rubbed its head with a sigh. When the fire qilin was at the middle of the 3rd rank, it had been able to fight against the 4th-rank lunar wind beast. But in the end, it was still not a match for it. Although it had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, it was still not at the 4th rank. There was still a large gap between it and a king-rank expert. Otherwise, it would be able to go all out with these people. Wu Wei was killing from a high vantage point, and he did not notice that a man and a beast were quietly approaching from behind. The Purple Sky sect's deacons and disciples looked up and saw Ling Xiao's movements. They couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Lai Yan, and Shi Tianho also saw it, and they were both happy and worried. They were happy because they hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have another move. He actually had a spirit beast that could fly, but they were worried that Ling Xiao would be discovered by Wu Wei. If that was the case, then he would be in grave danger. "Are you all stupid? This old man doesn't want to play anymore. Watch me destroy all of you in one move." Wu Wei looked down at the people of the Purple Sky sect who were in a daze, thinking that they were afraid of him. He immediately laughed coldly and condensed a powerful destructive move, intending to kill all of them in one go. Chapter 2:15. Wu Wei had lost himself in the slaughter, and many of the Purple Sky sect's attendants had already fallen to his hands. At this moment, he wanted to kill all the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect in one fell swoop. The surrounding golden spiritual energy was like a swallow returning to its nest, crazily rushing toward Wu Wei. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, and from below, he looked like a golden sun god of war. His aura was extremely terrifying, and the pressure he exuded was enough to cause others to tremble in fear. "We're dead for sure. Everyone, run." One of the attendants was scared out of his wits, and his entire body trembled as he turned to run. Xianxia also knew that if he continued to run, everyone would die here. He immediately ordered, "Everyone scatter and run." He shouted and began to gather spiritual energy around his body in preparation for a final struggle. However, he just happened to see Ling Xiao gradually approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped a few times, and he thought to himself, "Does this kid have a plan?" Even though he knew that Ling Xiao's strength was weak, when it came to life and death, he could only place his hopes on this unexpected kid. At this time, Wu Wei finished gathering his energy, and 2 golden balls of spiritual energy appeared between his palms, emitting a terrifying pressure. The breathing of the people below him quickened. At this time Mu En, who was fighting with Qi Ding and the others, sensed something and shouted at Wu Wei, "If you dare to kill us all, our Purple Sky sect will fight to the death with your moon-worshipping sect." In a moment of distraction, Mu En was struck in the chest by Qi Ding's palm, and his entire body flew back several hundred meters as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Zhongli wasn't much better. Wu Wei laughed even more proudly. "If we kill all of you, the Purple Sky sect won't know that we did it. Go to hell." At this time, Qi Ding suddenly caught sight of Ling Xiao approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped, and he immediately shouted, "Junior brother Wu, behind you!" "Oh no!" Ling Xiao cried out and softly called out to the Fire Qilin, "Hurry up, you wastrel!" The Fire Qilin received Ling Xiao's instructions and suddenly sped up, arriving 10 meters away from Wu Wei in an instant. Wu Wei turned his head and was slightly astonished. This is a divine beast Qilin? That's impossible." Wu Wei murmured to himself in disbelief. He had completely ignored Ling Xiao's existence because a mere high-level mystic cultivator was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. He was not worth paying attention to at all. Good chance. Ling Xiao did not expect Wu Wei to not make a move against him. The spiritual power that he had been accumulating erupted in an instant. Gathering Blade Rend. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. Both his hands turned into fingers and lightly tapped his temples. Instantly, the mental energy within his Sea of Wisdom surged out, condensing into an invisible blade that pierced towards Wu Wei's Sea of Wisdom. This was Ling Xiao's strongest psychic attack. In the past, he had always used the condensed needle stab, but the current opponent's level was too far apart. He only had one chance to strike, and if he missed it, he would die. Condensed Blade Rend was used by Ling Xiao to condense his spiritual energy into the shape of a sharp blade to break down the beast pill when he was refining Tier 3 elixir pills. By condensing all of his spiritual energy into a blade, it was many times more powerful than when he was refining elixir pills. Ling Xiao was confident that even a spirit master would not be able to survive this attack. As for the power of a king-stage super expert, it was already beyond his imagination, so he did not dare to make wild guesses. Ling Xiao had not yet cultivated the first stage of the mind-controlling art. Otherwise, he would be able to condense his spiritual energy into all kinds of attacks, and the power would be even more extraordinary. Wu Wei heard Ling Xiao shout and laughed. "Haha, a mere mystic cultivator dares to." However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have sensed something, and a bad premonition came over him. All of a sudden, he felt as if something had broken out of his shell and entered his mind. His spiritual sea felt like it was being heavily slashed. Ah! Wu Wei let out a shocking scream, and his entire person seemed to have lost his mind, rolling around in the air while holding his head. "It's done!" Ling Xiao laughed and immediately shouted to Fire Qilin, "Prodigal boy, get rid of him for me." Fire Qilin let out a happy cry, and opened its mouth to spit out a flame towards the heavily injured Wu Wei. As soon as Wu Wei was touched by the flame, he screamed even more miserably. He waved his hands non-stop, and balls of golden spiritual energy flew everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The people of the Purple Sky sect below him quickly took the opportunity to hide, and Ling Xiao, who was riding on Fire Qilin, did not dare to approach. Suddenly, a golden light actually blasted towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that the golden light was right in front of him, Ling Xiao's face was pale with fright, and he could not help but let out a strange cry, "Oh no!" Fortunately, Fire Qilin's reaction was extremely fast, and it resentfully avoided that terrifying attack. Boom boom. The golden light rushed towards the crater behind Ling Xiao, and there was a shocking explosion. The crater was immediately filled with flying ash. "You scared me to death. Go over there, you wastrel. I want to kill him with my own hands." Ling Xiao patted his chest. It was obvious that he had been scared out of his wits. He immediately directed the fire Qilin to attack the screaming Wu Wei. "Little thief, you dare!" Qi Ding, who was not far away, saw that Wu Wei was in danger, and saw that Ling Xiao was attacking again. He could not help but shout angrily, and his whole body flew towards Ling Xiao. However, Qi Ding was a little far from Wu Wei, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived in front of Wu Wei, who was being burned and falling down. "Let me give you a quick death." Ling Xiao raised the blazing flame sword high, and with a shout, the sword in his hand fell down. Poof! Blood blossomed, and the body was decapitated. The stench of burning corpses. Whether it was the King Stage people who were fighting, or the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect below, they all clearly saw this shocking scene. A King Stage expert had fallen at the hands of a high-level mystic cultivator. If word of this were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Is that King Stage expert dead? I'm not dreaming, am I? It should be true because I saw it too. We can't possibly have the same dream. Too powerful. He can even kill a King Stage expert. This kid will definitely raise the prestige of our sect in the future. Don't celebrate too early. They still have a few King Stage experts. Below, the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect cried out in alarm. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Liyan, and Shi Tianho were also shocked by this scene. They had never imagined that Ling Xiao would have such a method. It had to be known that this King Stage expert had almost killed all of them, but Ling Xiao had killed him so effortlessly. This was too unbelievable. "Ling Xiao, be careful." Down below, Xing Zhantian was the first to respond. When he saw Qi Ding charging at Ling Xiao like the wind, he quickly warned him. "Damn it, you wastrel, run." Ling Xiao cried out and urged the fire Qilin to flee. He had only been able to kill Wu Wei by relying on a sneak attack and luck. Moreover, his spiritual force had been depleted by 90%, so he didn't have the strength to kill a King Stage expert anymore. He had no choice but to flee. Although the fire Qilin's strength hadn't reached the 4th stage, its speed was much faster than Qi Ding's, who was a King Stage expert. In the blink of an eye, it had fled a kilometer away. "Ah, you damned bastard! I'll kill all of you!" Qi Ding screamed madly. He hadn't expected that a mere high-level mystic cultivator would have such a cunning method. Not only had he killed one of their King Stage experts, but he had also been able to escape right in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him, and he could only vent all his anger on the people of the Purple Sky sect. However, just as he was about to kill everyone from the Purple Sky sect, a series of hair-raising screams rang out. G. The screams were densely packed, sharp and ear-piercing, and it was very irritating to listen to. So many fire rats. A deacon from the Purple Sky sect was the first to notice the abnormality. They saw that at the entrance of the crystal mine where they had been digging, crimson rat spirit beasts ran out one after another. Each rat spirit beast was more than 2 meters long, and their red fur stood up like needles. Their crimson red eyes were filled with violence, and their 2 sharp fangs were exposed, showing their fierce nature. These were obviously 3rd stage fire rats. If it was just one fire rat, it wouldn't have surprised them. After all, fire rats would occasionally appear during crystal mining, and with their strength as spirit masters, it was relatively easy to deal with them. But now, in front of them was a large group of fire rats. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, and it seemed to be more than that, because there were still fire rats coming out of the crystal mine. This made everyone's hair stand on end. How can there be so many fire rats? That must be a rat nest. A Purple Sky sect disciple's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief as he kept retreating. In the end, he turned around and ran. What a joke! If they didn't run, they would all die. Every fire rat had the strength of a 3rd stage low to a high stage, which was relative to a spirit master's strength. There were more than 100 of them, and it was enough to kill them all here. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the mouth of the volcano and exclaimed. It's also a fire rat, so many. A deacon with better eyesight exclaimed with a trembling voice. In an instant, all the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to flee towards the direction of Flame Valley. The few king steps in the air also saw this shocking change and stopped fighting one after another. Yun Mengqi and Mu Ji's battle was a draw, and both of them were injured. As for Mu En and Zhang Li, they were both heavily injured and could barely fly in mid-air. While the people of the moon-worshipping sect were still in a daze, Mu En called out, "Miss Junior Zhang, let's go." After calling out, the three of them used all their strength to escape. Before Yun Mingqi escaped, her beautiful eyes looked deeply in one direction, and she prayed in her heart, "You must come back." G. A series of ear-piercing screeches echoed throughout the flaming valley. Countless fire rats instantly filled the entire area. Looking down from the sky, the uncountable number of fire rats was shocking to the extreme. This was a rat tide. Chapter 216. Moon Lady, Senior Brother Qi, Mu En and the others have escaped. Let's chase after them. An elder of the moon-worshipping sect exclaimed. Forget it. If they want to escape, we won't be able to stop them, said Mu Ji indifferently. At the same time, she took out 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into her mouth. The battle with Yun Mingqi had consumed a lot of his energy. Although she and Yun Mingqi were both at the early stages of the King Realm, she had reached the King Realm a few years earlier than Yun Mingqi. She believed that her control of spiritual energy and battle experience was far superior to Yun Mingqi's. She had thought that she had already won. But Yun Mingqi was actually able to fight to a draw with her. Furthermore, she felt that Yun Mingqi definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. She was even more amazed by Yun Mingqi. He had only stepped foot into the king rank for less than a year, yet he actually possessed such strength. It seemed like he would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. Elder Qi, what should we do now? Mu Ji walked up to Qi Ding and asked. Qi Ding's position in the moon-worshipping sect was quite high. Although Mu Ji was a moon maiden, she knew that she had to respect his opinion. These fire rats came from the crystal mine, and the number of them at the mouth of the volcano is even more terrifying. It looks like there must be something extraordinary about this fiery valley, to be able to produce a crystal mine. It's a pity that we received the news too late. It's really lucky for the Purple Sky sect, said Qi Ding. He paused for a moment before continuing. There should be quite a lot of crystal mines here, but there are so many fire rats now. Even if we can kill them all, I'm afraid that the crystal mine will also be destroyed. That won't be easy. For a time, everyone from the moon-worshipping sect fell silent. In the end, Mu Ji broke the silence and said, Why don't we go back to the sect to report? There's no need to rush this matter. Let's go investigate first to avoid being used by others. Qi Ding waved his hand. Then, the 5 of them slowly descended from the sky towards the crystal mine. The moment the fire rats saw the humans, they immediately pounced on the 5 of them. There were so many of them that if it was a spirit master, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft. However, a king rank was a king rank after all. With a wave of their hands, a few streaks of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, dozens of fire rats were killed. However, these fire rats did not seem to be afraid of death. One by one, they pounced towards the moon-worshipping sect members. A water element king stage cultivator stood up and said, Moon Lady, Senior Qi, you guys go in and take a look. We'll stop these damned rats. Mu Ji and Qi Ding didn't say anything as they walked into the cave side by side. The remaining 3 king stage warriors immediately started killing the fire rats that were charging at them. However, not long after Mu Ji and Qi Ding walked in, a huge crack appeared in the crystal mine. Then, 2 figures flew out from the cave entrance. The spirit-worshipping Qi Tu sect Ding sect. Tian sect Sex Tu flew. And the others didn't. Ding spirit Yun followed. When the others heard the call, they didn't stop and immediately chased after them. The few of them hovered in midair again, and one of the king stage cultivators asked, Senior Qi, did you say that there are level 4 fire rats inside? Time. Mu sect with sect. Spirit sect. Sect, rank, time and sect. Sect, how Mu how and how Yun time as spirit, how. How is this possible? Is there a crystal mine? Don't tell me that person lied to us? That king asked. No, there should be a crystal mine. I just saw the Purple Sky Sex people come out. It's just that there are fire rats inside, so we can't check, Qi Ding said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Wuxia asked. Moon Lady, what do you think? Qi Ding asked Mu Ji, who was deep in thought. Since the Purple Sky sect has been mining here for a period of time, there must be a lot of glazed crystals inside. But most of the glazed crystals should have been taken by the Purple Sky sect. If we want to kill all these fire rats, we will have to pay a lot to get the rest of the glazed crystals. If we get enough glazed crystals, it will make sense. But if there are very few glazed crystals left, I'm afraid it will not be worth it, Muji analyzed. So you're saying that we're giving up? Qi Ding asked. Muji replied, I think we should go back and report to the sect master and let him decide. Maybe it's as Elder Qi said, and there really is a treasure here. Yes, it seems like that's the only way. But with a 4th level fire rat here, even the sect master or the previous generation's elders would have a headache, Qi Ding said with a bitter smile. He then said, Junior Wu has fallen. I'm afraid the sect master will scold us when we go back. It doesn't matter if he's scolded, but I think we should think about how to explain his death, Muji said. As soon as she said this, everyone revealed a strange expression. Could they go back and report to the sect master that Wu Wei was killed by a high-level mystic cultivator? They were afraid that the moment they said this, they would be chopped alive by the sect master. Was there really a king stage expert who was killed by a mere high-level mystic cultivator? Only they knew the answer to that question. Everyone left, leaving only one person riding a majestic fiery red spirit beast, wandering around the other side of the crater. This person was none other than the one who had killed Wu Wei and escaped, Ling Xiao. He and the fire Qilin hadn't escaped very far just now. They had only circled to the other side of the volcano, so that no one could discover their presence. And Ling Xiao also had a panoramic view of the fire rats that were coming out of the volcano one after another. From afar, he felt his hair stand on end. These furry fellows were really disgusting. It was even more disgusting than when he saw the black devouring ants in the desolate mountain abyss. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many fire rats all of a sudden? Is there a rat nest beneath this volcano? Ling Xiao crossed his arms and mumbled to himself. Forget it, I can't stay here for long. It'll be troublesome if those fellows come again. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to leave. He was afraid that if they came after him, he would be in trouble. But then he thought of Yun Mingqi and wondered how she was doing. So he called the fire Qilin back to check on the situation. By the time he returned, everyone had already dispersed. Only the fire rats were still coming out, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Ling Xiao was even more puzzled, but he also knew that something was definitely going to happen to Fire Valley. Just as he was about to leave, the nearby volcano suddenly exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Boom, boom, boom. That sound was like thunder rumbling through the 9 skies, its momentum shaking the heavens. Ling Xiao was so shaken that he almost fell off the fire Qilin. His eardrums were ringing, and he could see stars in front of him. Damn, the volcano erupted. Ling Xiao hugged the fire Qilin tightly and turned to look. All he saw was a ball of fire shooting into the sky. In midair, streams of molten lava shot out from the volcano. In an instant, the temperature rose by tens of degrees, turning the place into a sea of fire purgatory. A large number of fire rats were engulfed by the sea of fire. They did not even manage to let out a few screams before they turned into a puddle of blood. Even their bones had dissipated. The nearby trees, herbs, rocks and caves were also engulfed by the sea of fire. Sizzle sizzle. Anything that came into contact with the molten lava made an ear-piercing sound. After an unknown period of time, the area within 100 miles of the volcano had turned into a land of molten lava. It was like a fiery red pool, filled with an unbearably high temperature. Ling Xiao looked at the power of heaven and earth from afar and felt that he was like a chestnut in the sea, extremely insignificant. A volcano eruption is so scary. Ling Xiao wiped his cold sweat and sighed. Let's go, prodigal. It's too hot here, I can't stand it. Ling Xiao said to the fire Qilin. Unexpectedly, the fire Qilin did not listen to him this time. It raised its head to the sky and roared. Roar! It looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! Hey! Hey, prodigal! Don't drag me down with you even if you want to die! Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. The volcano had already erupted twice, and he didn't know if it would erupt again. But the fire Qilin wanted to bring him in the direction of the volcano again. If it erupted again, he was afraid that even his dregs would be washed away. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but he had already died once. He didn't want to die inexplicably now. However, the fire Qilin didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. It flew straight to the top of the volcano. Ling Xiao looked down and saw a large expanse of molten lava rolling and surging in the mouth of the volcano. It seemed as if it would erupt at any time. Prodigal, you don't take things too hard. Let's leave quickly. When we return, I will definitely find you more beast cores to feed. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said anxiously. However, before he could finish speaking, the fire Qilin actually carried him into the mouth of the volcano. The volcano eruption alarmed everyone who had just left not long ago. Several king steps of the moon-worshipping sect clearly heard the explosion that soared into the sky. Qiding frowned and said, "So it was a volcano eruption. No wonder so many fire rats ran out. It looks like we don't need to come back here anymore." Poor Junior Wu, he sacrificed himself in vain. One of the king's steps shook his head and sighed. "No, we will definitely find that kid and take revenge for Junior Wu," another king step said. Mu Ji said from the side, "Let's think about how to deal with the Purple Sky sect's condemnation first." In the ruins of the city closest to Fire Valley, Chang Yi, Yong'an, Chao Nan, and the others were all in a panic. The deacons and disciples who had escaped from Fire Valley gave them a brief explanation of the situation in the valley, scaring them so much that they didn't know what to say. For a moment, everyone called for their mounts to quickly fly away from the city. Just as they left, a large group of spirit beasts rushed out of Fire Valley. Everyone secretly sighed at their lucky escape. "Zhantian, why are there only 10 of you? Where are the others and the elders?" Yong'an asked Xing Zhantian. Changyi said, "That's right, where are they?" Xing Zhantian dispiritedly shook his head and sighed. "Dead, they're all dead." Their expressions changed, and Yong'an anxiously asked, "Just what is going on?" "Sigh, let's hurry back first. I'll tell you on the way," Xing Zhantian said with a heavy sigh. At this time, it just so happened that the mouth of the volcano was about to erupt. Everyone was like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough, and they were so frightened that they swayed a few times. Zhu Ruchang's head disciple, Lu Dong, was so frightened that he fell off his green wind crane. Ah! Chapter 217. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, the peak lords of the 9 peaks were gathered together, along with quite a few of the higher-ranking elders of the various peaks. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim, and the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. As the sect master, Yun Xiong broke the silence and said, "Everyone, what should we do? This matter involves a lot of people, so we shouldn't act rashly," said Su Jiannan, the peak lord of Golden Tree Peak. "Senior brother Su's words are wrong. The moon-worshipping sect actually dared to come to our sect and kill people. They clearly do not place our sect in their eyes, and they even injured 2 of our sect's elders. If we do not respond and this matter spreads out, our sect's prestige in the Northwest will definitely be damaged in the future. We might even be replaced by the moon-worshipping sect because of this. I believe that the moon-worshipping sect must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will go to war with the moon-worshipping sect at all costs." Zhao Mingyuan shouted from the peak of Scarlet Flame Peak. "Although Junior Mingyuan's words are correct, our sect's strength is similar to the moon-worshipping sect's. If we rashly start a war, even if we destroy the moon-worshipping sect, our sect's strength will definitely be greatly damaged. At that time, the other sects will take advantage of this, and I'm afraid. Are we just going to swallow this? That's impossible," Zhao Mingyuan said indignantly. Mu Huai, the peak lord of Wooden Flag Peak, said, "Senior Su's words make sense, but I don't think we should just let this matter rest. What you said is not the same as not saying anything. The key is to come up with a feasible method that not only can we get back at them, but also minimize our losses. This is quite difficult." Su Jiannan shook his head. "There are no 2 ways about it. I don't think we should retreat from this matter," Wen Haiyan said firmly. "I agree with junior sister," Wan Shou of the Beast region immediately agreed. "I think we should think about this matter carefully." Nangong Changle stroked his white beard. For a moment, the elders in the hall were discussing amongst themselves, but none of them could come up with a solution. Yun Xiong frowned and said, Enough, I already have a plan for this matter. The moment he said this, all the elders' gazes focused on him. Xiong said, since the moon-worshipping sect doesn't care about the morality of our two sects, we must demand justice from them. Otherwise, they will think that our purple sky sect is easy to bully. All the elders in the hall nodded in agreement with Xiong's decision. Although the strength of the two sects was about the same, the purple sky sect was ranked above the moon-worshipping sect after all. Now that the other party had come to bully them, if they didn't do anything, they would probably become a laughingstock. As the leader of a sect, Xiong naturally could not afford to be weak at a time like this. Otherwise, how could he be in charge of such a big sect? Elders, do you have anything else to report? Xiong asked. Wuchang, who had returned from the Flame Valley, stood up and bowed. Sect Master, I have something to report. Xiong replied. Elders, please speak. Sect Master, Herb-Chasing Peak's inner sect disciple Ling Xiao, please leave the sect, said Wuchang. As soon as these words came out, all the elders were puzzled. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be expelled from the sect if they didn't commit a grave mistake, especially inner disciples. Even if a disciple was to be expelled from the sect, it should be brought up by the Peak Lord to the Elders Guild and be expelled after unanimous approval. Now, Wuchang actually bypassed the Peak Lord Nangong Changle and brought it up in front of the sect master and the elders. This was undoubtedly disrespectful and dissatisfied towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle frowned in displeasure and said, Junior brother, why did you expel Ling Xiao from the sect? Why didn't you discuss this matter with me first? Chongying replied, Senior Martial Brother, Ling Xiao is your disciple, and I'm afraid that Senior Martial Brother will indulge him too much. That's why I reported this matter to the sect head first, in case Senior Martial Brother is deceived by a lowly person. According to what Junior Brother said, Ling Xiao must have made a grave mistake? Then tell me, what's going on with that brat Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle frowned and replied. At this time, Mu Huai smiled from the side and said, Since Medicine Peak doesn't want my disciple, why don't we let him stay in Wood Flag Peak? Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's master, and Mu Huai didn't know Ling Xiao's character very well, but he felt that he was a very serious and humble disciple. As long as Ling Xiao didn't make a grave mistake, Mu Huai definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao leave so easily. A pure wood attribute body was a martial body that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. If Peak Lord Mu likes it, of course it's fine as long as he doesn't stay in Medicine Peak, Wuchang replied without minding. Elders, tell me first, what did Ling Xiao do wrong? Xiong asked. He had a rather deep impression of Ling Xiao. He was a youth with multiple attributes, and the purity of his attributes was so high that no one in the sect could compare to him. Reporting to Sect Master, Ling Xiao's character is stubborn and mischievous. He likes to make decisions on his own, doesn't listen to his elders, and even dares to talk back to them. I feel that such a stubborn and mischievous disciple shouldn't be allowed to stay in the sect, Wuchang said. In his heart he was thinking, I definitely can't let that bastard Ling Xiao return to Medicine Peak, never. Junior brother, is this the only reason you have? Nangong Changle asked with a dark expression. Nangong Changle knew a little about Ling Xiao's character, and he was definitely not like what his junior brother Wuchang had described him to be. Moreover, his junior brother's reason was not sufficient. If a disciple was just a little stubborn and mischievous, it didn't seem right to expel him from the sect. All the elders in the hall revealed expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They didn't agree with Zhu Ruchang's words at all. However, what Zhu Ruchang said next shocked everyone. I think that Ling Xiao might be a spy sent by the Spectre sect, Ruchang said indifferently. Bull*T. If you can't find evidence to prove that Ling Xiao is a spy from the Spectre sect, this old man isn't done with you. Mu Huai immediately stood up and scolded after hearing Zhu Ruchang's words. He cursed in his heart, this Ruchang is too despicable. He even dares to bring up such a groundless accusation. Xiong, who was sitting on the upper seat, narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Zhu, you have to think twice before you speak. Xiong also felt that Ruchang's words were not very trustworthy, but he was still a little worried. Someone said that the savage leopard escaped. I think this has something to do with Ling Xiao, Ruchang said indifferently while suppressing the fear in his heart. Actually, he was just randomly accusing Ling Xiao of a crime. How would he know if Ling Xiao was a spy from the Spectre sect? He originally thought that even if someone didn't believe him, they wouldn't care about what he said. Who knew that Mu Huai's reaction would be so intense? It seemed that he really doted on Ling Xiao. If he really offended Mu Huai because of this, Ruchang also felt that it was not worth it. He was indeed a third-grade alchemist, but compared to Mu Huai in the sect, he was still slightly inferior, so he really didn't want to offend Mu Huai unless he had no other choice. What does the escape of the savage leopard have to do with Ling Xiao? Yun Xiong asked in confusion. The savage leopard and the other prisoners were all saved from the fire poison, and the one who cured the fire poison was Ling Xiao. Why was the seal of the others not broken, but only the seal of the savage leopard was broken? Isn't this suspicious? Ruchang sneered. Although he didn't see with his own eyes whether Ling Xiao broke the seal of the savage leopard, according to the news reported by the deacon, it was indeed because after Ling Xiao cured the fire poison of the savage leopard broke the seal and escaped. The savage leopard was the prisoner who injured Ling Xiao and escaped. For a moment, all the elders in the hall fell into silence. If Ruchang's words were correct, then wouldn't it be as simple as kicking Ling Xiao out of the sect? Sect Master, I have something to say, Mu'en said softly from the side. Ever since the battle with Qi Ding and the others, he had come back to recuperate for a few days. His injuries had somewhat recovered, and he was barely able to participate in this meeting. Speak, Elder Mu'en, Yun Xiong said. I feel that Elder Zhu's words are complete nonsense, Mu'en said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Ruchang's expression changed. Mu'en continued, in my opinion, not only does that child Ling Xiao not need to be expelled from the sect, he should also be recorded as a great merit and be allowed to become a true disciple of our Wood Flag Peak. Mu'en's words were very loud and powerful, and he did not hold back in defending Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was overjoyed and immediately replied, I agree with my senior brother's suggestion. Another voice sounded out, I agree with senior brother Mu's suggestion. If Mu Huai had agreed, then no one would have been surprised. However, there was another person who agreed, and that person was not Medicine Peak's Nangong Chengal, but Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhang Li. Elder Mu'en, Elder Li, you. Why are you protecting a spy? Ruchang asked with a red face. He had never expected that two great elders would stand up for Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then wouldn't his plan fail? He could not accept this. Humph, and you still have the nerve to say that? In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao can expel the fire poison because of his physique, and he helped most of the attendants and disciples expel the poison. If it weren't for him, who knows how many attendants and disciples would still be trapped by the fire poison. However, Elder Zhu wants to send him to the crystal mine to mine crystals with the prisoners. It seems that you don't like him, right? Junior brother Zhang can testify to this. Mu'en glared at Ruchang in annoyance. Zhang Li nodded at the crowd from the side, admitting that Mu'en's words were correct. Ruchang's expression immediately paled, and he immediately explained, Elder Mu'en, don't be deceived by his actions. Didn't he let the savage leopard escape? When the savage leopard escaped, I was nearby, and he almost killed Ling Xiao. Do you think that Ling Xiao would save someone who wanted to kill him? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's background is clear, so how could he be a spy from the Spectre sect? Moreover, he killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. Could that be false? Therefore, I believe that child Ling Xiao saved his fellow sect members and killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. He should be recorded as a great merit and be listed as a true disciple, Mu'en said faintly. As soon as these words came out, all the elders had astonished expressions on their faces. Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the upper seat, asked, Elder Mu'en, did you say that Ling Xiao killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect? Yes, I, Junior Brother Zhang, and Miss saw it with our own eyes. There is absolutely not a word of falsehood, Mu'en said with certainty. That's right. At that time, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, slaughtered my sect's deacons and disciples. Not only did Ling Xiao not run away, he even rode on his protective spirit beast and slashed Wu Wei in half, Zhang Li answered from the side. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. A high-level mystic practitioner could kill a king-level practitioner? This was too inconceivable. If it was only Mu'en who said this, they all thought that Mu'en's brain must have been flooded with water. However, Zhang Li proved Mu'en's words. Could it be that his brain had also been flooded with water? This was obviously impossible. Zhu Ruchang's face turned into a pig's liver, and he couldn't say anything else. In his heart, his resentment towards Ling Xiao deepened. Chapter 218. 10,000 miles away from the Purple Sky sect, at the boundary between the moon-worshipping sect and the Purple Sky sect. Flame Volcano was one of the valleys on the outskirts of the endless barren mountain range. After the eruption of the volcano half a month ago, this place had already become a valley of fire filled with molten lava. There were no birds or beasts, no trees or spirit plants. The surroundings were all crimson red and the air was filled with a strong fire poison. Anyone who entered would be poisoned to death. Even top spirit masters didn't dare to approach. In the belly of the volcano that had erupted before, the scorching molten lava was still shrinking and churning as if it could erupt again at any time. In this mountain pass that was nearly 100 meters wide, the temperature was frighteningly high. If any birds or beasts approached, they would be instantly killed by the surging fire poison. However, in this hopeless situation, in the belly of the volcano where the molten lava was churning, nearly 1,000 meters below, there were still living creatures. A youth and an impressive spirit beast. Wasn't this Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin? He was riding on the fire Qilin and wasn't affected by the scorching molten lava at all. It was as if there was an even brighter red ball of light protecting him, preventing him from being affected by the ring shadows here. Why did Ling Xiao appear here? This had to be explained from half a month ago. Half a month ago, the volcano in Flame Volcano Valley erupted. The fire Qilin actually brought him and flew towards the erupting volcano. Ling Xiao didn't know what the fire Qilin wanted to do, but the fire Qilin's following actions almost scared him half to death. This fellow actually brought him towards the molten lava in the belly of the volcano. The molten lava was nearly 10,000 degrees and anything that touched it would melt. Ling Xiao thought that the fire Qilin had taken the wrong medicine and actually wanted to commit suicide with him. However, just as Ling Xiao thought he was dead for sure, he discovered that he was actually completely fine. This was because there was a thin protective ball of light protecting him, isolating him from the molten lava around him. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and started to observe the environment here. However, he discovered that other than molten lava, there was still molten lava. It was like a scene of purgatory and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, at this place, he thoroughly felt the existence of the fire attribute spiritual qi. The three parts returning to origin qi in his body actually had some tendency to move. Normally, only by sensing the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth would one be able to absorb the spiritual aura to completely replace the dark force in one's body. This way, one would be able to break through to spirit master level. Now, Ling Xiao could actually faintly feel the spiritual qi of fire, which made him pleasantly surprised. As long as he immediately circulated his qi to absorb the spiritual qi and transform his Shen energy, he could become a spirit master. However, he knew that breaking through in this environment was undoubtedly courting death. If he were to accidentally fall into the molten lava, there would be nothing left of him. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the fire Qilin had brought him here. Was it because the fire attribute spiritual energy here was more abundant? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the fire Qilin actually told him the answer. The fire Qilin carried Ling Xiao deep into the belly of the volcano. In the molten lava here, there were actually a few beautiful crystals floating in the air. Each of these crystals was only the size of a fist and had the shape of a gold bar. They were bright red like blood and emitted pure fire attribute spiritual qi. When Ling Xiao first saw these crystals, he was greatly shocked. Immediately after, he revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. This was the fire attribute treasure, the mysterious fire crystal. Every element had its own supreme treasure of origin, and these supreme treasures were of great benefit to the cultivators of the element. This fire mysterious crystal was one of the most precious treasures of the fire attribute. It was even more precious than the best grade mysterious crystal with no element attribute. For any warrior who cultivated in the fire attribute, it was extremely precious. Moreover, such a large piece of fire mysterious crystal was comparable to any grade 5 or even grade 6 or above pellets. Any expert at the king rank or above would probably immediately go mad upon seeing such top-grade dark crystals. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that this volcano would actually contain such a treasure. According to the records, a place that could nurture such a mysterious fire crystal could only be a place of extreme heat and yang. Moreover, it could only be formed after tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Presumably, this volcano had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Just when Ling Xiao was thinking of a way to collect these mysterious fire crystals, the fire qilin that was carrying him directly swallowed the mysterious fire crystal that it had discovered. This angered Ling Xiao so much that he began to cry out loudly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't break free from the protective ball of light. Even if he had the ability to break free, he would probably be immediately evaporated by the magma here. In this half a month, the fire qilin had been carrying Ling Xiao to wander in the sea of fire in the belly of the volcano. In this half a month, the fire qilin had found a total of more than 20 mysterious fire crystals. These mysterious fire crystals had all been swallowed by the fire qilin without any exception. Ling Xiao could only look at all of this with a sullen face, but he was powerless to do anything. He kept cursing in his heart. What a wastrel, what a super wastrel. If all of these mysterious fire crystals were given to me, just absorbing one would be enough for me to directly advance from a high-level mystic disciple to a middle-level spirit master. Skipping 2 levels wouldn't be a problem, and there would absolutely be no side effects. My realm should also be quite stable. Now, the fire qilin had found another mysterious fire crystal. However, the mysterious fire crystal was only the size of a thumb. It was much smaller than the mysterious fire crystals he had seen before, but the fire attribute spiritual qi it emitted was also extremely pure. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. He swallowed his saliva and begged, "Zizi, this little bit isn't enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. How about you give it to me as a reward?" He no longer called the fire qilin a prodigal. Instead, he called it Zizi to curry favor. This sounded very comical and funny. If those who knew Ling Xiao knew about this, they would definitely be happy in their hearts. Even you have such a day. The fire qilin didn't seem to hear Ling Xiao's words. It opened its mouth and swallowed the thumb-sized mysterious fire crystal. The mysterious fire crystal was immediately gone. Ling Xiao suddenly flew into a rage and roared, "Damn prodigal, don't you know how to give boss some benefits? When we get out of here, boss doesn't want you anymore. You can go wherever you want." Ling Xiao was angry, very angry. This guy didn't even give him a little bit of mysterious fire crystal. He even saved it from the lunar wind beast and fed it with so many beast cores. This prodigal was really too ungrateful. Just after Ling Xiao finished roaring, the fire qilin also roared angrily. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on it, was shocked by the fire qilin's roar. "Zizi. Zizi, boss is wrong. Boss shouldn't have scolded you. You must not mess around." Ling Xiao then realized his situation. If he angered the fire qilin now, it might remove the protective ball of light. He was afraid that he would die without a doubt. However, the worst thing had really happened. The fire qilin roared angrily and a fire dragon shot out from its mouth. Ling Xiao, who was on the fire qilin, turned pale with fright because the ball of light protecting him was getting weaker and weaker. A strong high-temperature aura rushed towards him. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. "Zizi, listen to me. Boss isn't blaming you. In the future, just stay by boss' side obediently. Boss won't chase you away anymore. Quickly stop." Ling Xiao hurriedly comforted the fire qilin. In the face of the call of death, how could Ling Xiao still have a calm appearance? However, the fire qilin didn't listen to Ling Xiao's words. It continued to roar, carrying Ling Xiao wildly in the molten lava, as if it had been greatly stimulated. What the hell is going on, could it be? Ling Xiao looked at the fire qilin in a state of madness, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out the ice heart pill that Bing Ruoshui had given him. This ice heart pill was given to Ling Xiao by Bing Ruoshui when he absorbed Ji Yanzhao's fire poison. It could suppress the fire poison from erupting for a month. At the same time, the ice heart pill also had another effect, which was that it could completely freeze Ling Xiao's body for a short period of time. Ling Xiao could already feel that the fire qilin had lost its mind. If this continued, without the fire qilin's protective light, it would be impossible for him to survive in this sea of molten lava. This ice heart pill had become his life-prolonging pill. Even if he could live for another day, Ling Xiao was not willing to give it up. Bang! After Ling Xiao took the ice heart pill, the fire qilin emitted an incomparably powerful aura, sending Ling Xiao flying away from its body. Ling Xiao felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the sea, being battered by monstrous waves, flying far away without knowing where he was. Puff! Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the fiery rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, countless heat waves and fire poison attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the ice heart pill, which had reached the 3rd grade, displayed its effects. Immediately, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in ice. But under the extreme heat, the ice chi didn't seem to have much of an effect. In just a short moment, it was evaporated by the heat. Oh no! Ling Xiao immediately cried out and hurriedly circulated his ice attribute. Unfortunately, the effect was still not great. His clothes were already slowly melting. It's so hot! Ling Xiao crazily shouted. His entire body was almost unable to endure the heat. At this time, the innate sinister wind bead in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea emitted an extremely cold yin qi. Through the spiritual sea, it directly reached Ling Xiao's organs and limbs. In just a short moment, a grayish-black ball of light revolved around Ling Xiao's body. When the heat and fire poison came into contact with the yin qi, they were neutralized and no longer posed any threat to Ling Xiao. That's right. How could I forget about the innate sinister wind bead? Ling Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. The innate sinister wind bead was a treasure bead of extreme yin. The yin qi it emitted was naturally able to resist the heat and fire poison. Looks like I won't have to die for now, Ling Xiao said excitedly. To be able to escape from death was a very fortunate thing for anyone. However, Ling Xiao was still rejoicing a bit too early. He didn't know how he was going to leave this place. He hadn't reached the king level, not even the spirit master level. This place was 1,000 meters below the mouth of the volcano, and there were layers of lava blocking the way. Leaving this place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If this continued, he would definitely die. Chapter 219. In the belly of the huge volcano, there was an endless sea of molten lava. Layers of hot air were rising endlessly, and the flames were sometimes big and sometimes small. The temperature was terrifying. A young man with a naked upper body was protected by a grayish-black ball of light, completely unaffected by the environment here. This young man stood in a protruding corner of the belly of the volcano, revealing an anxious expression. Wasn't this young man Ling Xiao who had been carried by the fire Qilin? He was now troubled by not knowing how to leave this volcano. If this went on, even if he wasn't melted by the molten lava, he would still starve to death. Damn prodigal, he really caused my death, Ling Xiao said to himself in annoyance. He blamed the fire Qilin, but he didn't have much blame in his heart. The fire Qilin had always followed him and helped him a lot. Whether it brought him here intentionally or unintentionally, he knew that the fire Qilin had no intention of harming him just from the fact that it had been using its protective divine light to protect him. It was just that he didn't know what was going on, but it sent him flying. Could it be that it was angry because he said a few words to it? That was obviously impossible. Ling Xiao wondered if the fire Qilin was about to advance into a rank 4 spirit beast. Logically speaking, the fire mystic crystal was a top-grade fire attribute treasure. Although the fire Qilin was a divine beast, it should be on the verge of breaking through after devouring so many fire mystic crystals. Forget it, I can only see if the prodigal still remembers old friendships. Ling Xiao thought helplessly. This place was neither up nor down, and it was surrounded by a sea of molten lava. He couldn't leave at all. He could only wait for the fire Qilin to recover its consciousness and find him, or else he could only wait for death. If it was someone else staying in this environment, they could only wait for death in despair. But Ling Xiao was always optimistic. He calmed his mind and planned to use cultivation to pass the time. He sat down and decided to use the excellent environment here to cultivate the 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, organs refinement, to the intermediate stage. This was a place of extreme yang, and the fire poison was rampant everywhere. Moreover, the toxicity was more than 10 times that of the periphery. If he used it well, he could definitely achieve something in a short period of time. He had only consumed the stubborn grass for half a month, so there was still a period of time before the medicinal effect would take effect. He couldn't waste any more time. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the yin wind malevolent energy, which prevented the fire toxins from invading his body. Therefore, he could only thin the innate wind malevolent energy on his palm, creating an opening for the fire toxins to take advantage of. As expected, after the innate wind baleful qi between Ling Xiao's palms was reduced, the fire poison was pushed into his palms. Poo-pee-you. The fire poison here was incomparably ferocious. As soon as it invaded, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been electrocuted and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He endured the pain and immediately blocked the gap to prevent the fire poison from entering his body. The fire poison that had invaded his body just now was incomparably ferocious. Ling Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were invaded in just a moment, causing him to lose all his muscle energy. Fortunately, the stubborn grass was worthy of being a rank 3 spiritual grass. Its recovery speed was also fast. The muscle energy that was damaged by the fire poison could always be repaired in the shortest time possible. Coupled with the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art, the two complemented each other. The speed of his cultivation was not inferior to the speed at which the fire poison destroyed his muscle energy. Every time his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were repaired, they would always display an even stronger vitality. Faintly, they would also be suffused with an indistinct golden color. At this rate, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the intermediate stage of organs refinement. There was no sense of time in the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been cultivating and meditating here. Every time he woke up, the fire poison in his body no longer posed a threat to him. Then, he would let an even more ferocious fire poison enter his body and cultivate again. After such repeated cultivation, he finally realized that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already reached an unimaginable level. He was now very confident that even if he was poisoned by others, it wouldn't be able to cause too much harm to him. The third transformation, organs refinement, had already reached the intermediate stage. He only needed to carry out one more internal organ replacement, and it would be the day of completion. And on this day, Ling Xiao felt that it wasn't too far away. This was because he had already gathered all the materials he needed. As long as he could concoct a grade 4 Dan, he would be able to regenerate his internal organs. Then, he would be able to reach the third transformation realm. At that time, he would truly be invulnerable to poison. After reaching the intermediate stage of organs refinement, Ling Xiao knew that the fire poison here no longer had any effect on him. Even if he didn't have the innate wind evil qi to protect his body, these fire poisons wouldn't cause him any harm. The key was that the temperature here was shockingly high, so he couldn't remove the innate wind evil qi to protect himself. Ling Xiao temporarily suspended his cultivation, took out a spirit grass from his space ring, and put it into his mouth to chew. These days, he had been relying on the spirit grass in his space ring to maintain his stamina and water consumption, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao once again entered a meditative state. However, this time he no longer cultivated the 5 transformations Vajra secret art, but rather the 3-part origin returning qi. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed, and Ling Xiao could no longer continue cultivating. This was because his profound energy was already very complete, and he had the opportunity to absorb spirit energy to replace the profound energy in his body at any time, breaking through to the spirit master level. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely not the best time to break through. He still couldn't ignore the environment here, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. If he couldn't leave this place, he would suffocate to death. Damned prodigal brat! Where are you? Hurry up and bring me out! Ling Xiao roared in an extremely depressed mood. Heavens, I'm not willing to die trapped here like this. There are a lot of girls waiting for me to return and pamper them. I've already died once. You definitely can't treat me so cruelly this time. Ling Xiao roared unwillingly. He still had too much unwillingness in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The people he loved the most kept flashing through his mind. The first person he thought of was his parents, Ling Zhan and Meng Xiun, then Yun Mingqi, Bai Yuxi, and the old master. Roar. A beast's roar interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. Prodigal brat. Ling Xiao turned around and cried out in shock. He had just heard the fire Qilins roar, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Prodigal brat. Where are you? Come and save me, your boss. Ling Xiao shouted with all his might. As expected, a shadow flew to his side at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw the shadow clearly, he couldn't help but stare blankly, and his pupils instantly widened. In front of him was indeed the fire Qilin, but this fire Qilin was much bigger than before, and it was even more handsome and extraordinary. Its fur was surrounded by thick flames, and it looked extremely dazzling and mighty. Its pair of copper bell-like eyes were even more spirited, and there was an indescribable arrogance and dominance in its expression. The single horn on its forehead had more than doubled in size, and it had the aura of an emperor among beasts. You are the prodigal brat? Ling Xiao asked tentatively. The fire Qilin in front of him looked very similar to the original one, but it was obviously stronger and mightier than the previous one. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if this was the original one. Roar! The fire Qilin roared and walked in front of Ling Xiao in 2 steps. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ling Xiao's face. The wet feeling told Ling Xiao that this was definitely the original fire Qilin. Haha, I knew the prodigal brat wouldn't give up on me, your boss. That's great. Ling Xiao went forward and touched the fire Qilin's forehead as he laughed heartily. He could finally escape from death. How could he not be happy? The fire Qilin rubbed against Ling Xiao a few times, then opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet fire-like beast core appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Prodigal brat, you! What are you doing? Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something, but he still couldn't be sure. The fire Qilin couldn't speak, so it could only continuously roar at Ling Xiao. Do you really want to be my protective spirit beast? Ling Xiao asked. The fire Qilin nodded, then shook its head. Ling Xiao was confused by this answer. I've dripped my blood over? Ling Xiao said again. He knew that once a spirit beast handed over its beast core, as long as it was stained with his blood, that spirit beast would follow him loyally for a lifetime, just like the Golden Wolf King in his spirit beast bracer. Although the fire Qilin had always been by his side, Ling Xiao had never thought of subduing it. After all, as a divine beast, the fire Qilin was definitely not something that could be easily subdued. Moreover, he felt that the fire Qilin had always followed him and listened to him. He was already quite satisfied, so there was no need for it to become his servant beast. However, now that the fire Qilin had voluntarily handed over its beast core, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. However, the fire Qilin didn't seem to want him to drip his blood on its beast core. It shook its head and used its front paw to lightly scratch Ling Xiao's head. Why are you touching my head? Ling Xiao said gloomily. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he asked loudly, You want me to use my spiritual force to communicate with you? This time, the fire Qilin finally nodded its head in delight. Its mouth continuously let out low cries, appearing very happy. Okay, I'll try. Ling Xiao nodded his head and held his breath. He drew out a strand of spiritual force from his sea of consciousness and attached it to the fire Qilin's beast core. As soon as the spiritual force touched the fire Qilin's beast core, the fire Qilin opened its mouth and absorbed its own beast core. What is this? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. He still didn't understand the fire Qilin's intention in doing this. Boss, can you hear Zizi talking? Immediately after, a clear voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Who's here? Ling Xiao was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. Boss, it's me, Zizi. The voice sounded again. Ling Xiao looked at the fire Qilin and said in disbelief, Prodigal, is it really you who's talking? The fire Qilin nodded and replied, Yes, boss. I can finally communicate with you. It's really you. That's great. Alright, how did you do it? Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The fire Qilin being able to communicate with him was definitely a good thing that was worth celebrating. One had to know that the fire Qilin had always been by his side, and it had always been able to understand what he was saying. However, he couldn't understand its meaning. He had long wanted to communicate with it like the Golden Wolf King. Now, his wish had finally come true. Chapter 220. Through the fire Qilin's explanation, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. It turned out that the fire Qilin had allowed Ling Xiao to attach his spiritual force to its beast core, and it had imprinted Ling Xiao's spiritual force into the beast core. There was a connection between the two, and the fire Qilin could communicate with Ling Xiao through this connection. This method of communication was equal between humans and beasts, and there was no distinction between master and servant. If one day the fire Qilin wanted to leave Ling Xiao would not be able to force it to stay, and the fire Qilin would not be able to cause any harm to Ling Xiao through its spiritual force. This method of spiritual communication was called the Covenant of Equality. It was only after Ling Xiao obtained the second volume of the Spirit Controlling Art that he knew about it. Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and shouted, "Prodigal, let's go out. I'm bored out of my mind." "Boss, don't worry. Don't you want those fire crystals? I'll take you to find them." "There should be a lot more here," the fire Qilin replied. "Really? That's great. I'll take as many as you have," Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "But boss, you have to leave some for me in the future. It can help me evolve faster," the fire Qilin said. "Don't worry, boss will leave some for you," Ling Xiao said as he patted the fire Qilin's head. He then asked, "By the way, what rank are you now?" The fire Qilin was much stronger than before. Ling Xiao could feel it, but he did not know which rank it had advanced to. "I'm already at the middle rank of the 4th rank. When I finish digesting the energy of those fire crystals, I should be able to reach the high rank of the 4th rank," the fire Qilin replied. "Damn, you jumped 2 ranks in a row. That's too strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had thought that the fire Qilin had only broken through to the low rank of the 4th rank. He did not expect it to break through 2 ranks and reach the middle rank of the 4th rank. This was equivalent to the strength of a human warrior at the middle rank of the king rank. With the strength of a spirit beast's body, it could even fight against a high-rank king rank warrior. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a divine beast, so its combat strength was even more astonishing. "The energy of the fire crystals here is too great. I ate too much and almost exploded from the energy. Fortunately, the environment here is very suitable for me to evolve. I like it here," the flame Qilin said. The fire Qilin was a pure fire attribute spirit beast, so it was very fond of the extreme young environment here. If there was no fire poison in this place, it would be an excellent place for any martial artist that cultivated in the fire attribute. After all, the fire attribute spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. The stronger the fire Qilin was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Even if he encountered a king-rank powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Now, he wanted to find more fire mysterious crystals, which would be of great use to him in the future. After wandering for a while, with the help of the fire Qilin's senses, Ling Xiao harvested 15 pieces of fire mysterious crystals, which almost made him overjoyed. If he only cultivated in the fire attribute, then merely relying on these 15 fire mysterious crystals would allow him to directly break through to the king rank without a problem. It seems that there aren't many fire mysterious crystals here. "Let's go out," Ling Xiao said to the fire Qilin. "Boss, I feel like there are many fire mysterious crystals in the deepest part of this place," the fire Qilin said. "What? Then why didn't you take me down earlier?" Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. "But it seems to be very scary and dangerous down there. I don't dare to go near it," the fire Qilin said timidly. "Is there such a thing?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He pondered for a moment and thought, could it be that there are some other terrifying spirit beasts down there? For a moment, Ling Xiao was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't go down, then there should be a lot of fire mysterious crystals down there. It would be a great pity if he gave them up. However, if he went down, then there was something down there that even the fire Qilin was afraid of. If he didn't get any benefits and instead lost his life, then he would be a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and said to himself, "Riches are found in danger. I'll take this King gamble this once." Ling Xiao knew that if there was a high return, then there would definitely be a high risk. His intuition told him that in this kind of dangerous place, besides the fire mysterious crystals, there might be other treasures. Just like in the abyss of the mountain range, there was a connate wind bead in the place of extreme een. Ling Xiao made up his mind and let the fire Qilin fly down. The further down they went, the thicker the molten lava became, and the heat became more oppressive. However, as the fire Qilin said, the further down they went, the more fire mysterious crystals there were. Just a few hundred meters down, Ling Xiao found more than 30 fire mysterious crystals, which made him almost burst with joy. However, when he thought that the fire Qilin would need to absorb more fire mysterious crystals in the future to advance faster, He realized that the fire mysterious crystals he had obtained seemed to be too little. Following that, the man and the beast continued to sink for another 1,000 meters. The number of fire mysterious crystals Ling Xiao had already exceeded 100. However, Ling Xiao discovered that the flames in the depths below seemed to be slightly different from the flames above. The flames here seemed to have a strange light blue color, and the deeper they went, the more brilliant the blue the flames became. This kind of blue made Ling Xiao's eyes look more and more bewitching, and at the same time, it was filled with even more berserk factors. The fire Qilin said, "Boss, we can't go down anymore. My protective divine light can't hold on for much longer." The fire Qilin's flames belong to the category of divine fire, and they belong to the highest level of fire seeds. However, it now said that its protective firelight couldn't withstand the blue flames here. This made Ling Xiao even more certain that there was definitely some kind of spiritual object at the bottom of the volcano. "Prodigal brat, don't go down first. I'll think of a way." Ling Xiao gave the order, then activated the innate Yin Wind Qi and turned it to the maximum, enveloping himself in the fire Qilin. Ling Xiao said again, "Try and see if you can go down." After saying that, he took out a pill and swallowed 2 pills in a row. It was also quite strenuous for him to activate so much innate Yin Wind Qi all at once. "I'll try," the fire Qilin replied, and its body descended once again. With the help of the innate Yin Wind Qi, the fire Qilin advanced another 10 meters. However, at this time, Ling Xiao had no choice but to stop it. This was because his innate Yin Wind Qi seemed to have been weakened by the blue flames by a lot. Only a thin layer of evil Qi was barely able to protect the two of them from being attacked. Just what kind of flame is this? It's actually so terrifying. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. "Boss, I see what's down there. There are so many fire crystals." The fire Qilin looked down and swallowed its saliva. "What?" Ling Xiao was shocked. He looked down, but could only see balls of demonic blue flames. He didn't find anything at all. "It's true. Those fire crystals are so big. There's even a fire pearl there." The fire Qilin replied excitedly. "Fire pearl? Is it some kind of young treasure?" Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think about the innate Yin Wind pearl in his knowledge sea. He guessed that the pearl was also a heaven and earth treasure. The origin pearl? "No, I must go down and take a look." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and made his final decision. Then, he closed his eyes and used his heart to communicate with the innate Yin Wind pearl. Although he couldn't enter his knowledge sea, the innate Yin Wind pearl in his knowledge sea should be able to understand his intentions. Unexpectedly, the innate Yin Wind pearl slowly floated out from Ling Xiao's knowledge sea under his knowledge sea's command. Ling Xiao's original intention was to use the innate Yin Wind pearl's evil qi to restrain the blue flames and let him descend to the deepest part. However, he didn't expect that the moment the innate Yin Wind pearl appeared, it would break free from his control. With a xiao sound, it rushed down. At the same time, the blue flames also began to change. The flames instantly retracted and wrapped around the innate Yin Wind pearl. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Boss, I can go down now." The fire Qilin cried out in surprise and carried Ling Xiao down. Who knew that a powerful force would suddenly explode? Boom! One man and one beast were shaken by the violent energy explosion. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and saw 2 beads fighting not far from him. One of them was his innate chilling wind bead, and the other was a bead that glowed red and blue with an eerie aura. Of these 2 beads, one was exuding a viscous ink-black color with black mist rippling out from it, while the other was exuding a bewitching blue flame with waves of fire surging ceaselessly. The 2 powerful forces were actually intertwining and attacking each other. This was too inconceivable. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around this. Just what was going on? Could it be that these 2 pearls, one yin and one yang, are mortal enemies? Ling Xiao wondered. Then, Lu Wang's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Correct, they are mortal enemies. Yin and yang oppose each other. The innate Yin Wind pearl is an extreme yin item, while the demon blue flame pearl is an extreme yang item. Both of them are origin pearls, and if they meet, it will definitely be a disaster. I think you should run. Once they use all their energy, this world will definitely be destroyed. Is there no other way? Asked Ling Xiao. He really didn't know that summoning the innate wind pearl would result in such a situation. He cursed himself for being too greedy. It would have been better if he had just directly left. He couldn't help but feel regret. What else can we do? They won't appear in the same place. Now that they've sensed each other's existence, we'll have to destroy them before they can calm down, sighed Lu Wang. Rumble! The two pearls emitted a powerful energy that once again sent Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin flying far away. Ling Xiao looked at the innate wind pearl once more and clenched his teeth. Wastrel, get out of here as fast as you can. He had suffered a double loss this time. Giving up on the innate wind pearl was Ling Xiao's greatest loss. Even the 100 mysterious fire crystals wouldn't be able to make up for 1/10,000th of it. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and was bleeding. Chapter 221. Rumble. In the deepest part of Flame Blaze Valley, a volcano once again erupted with a shocking rumble. The molten flames were like brilliant fireworks, and from a distance, it was a beautiful sight. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, a fiery red spirit beast carrying a young man soared into the sky. They looked extremely battered and exhausted. The man and the spirit beast couldn't withstand the powerful impact and were sent crashing into a cliff. Bang bang! One man and one beast were smashed into the stone wall by the inertia, leaving behind only two pits. Damn! Damn it, my bones are about to fall apart. Ling Xiao's entire body was embedded into the stone wall, and his appearance was indescribably wretched. If not for the Vajra 5 Changes Art's defense, he would have lost his life. He cursed, but his body didn't move. He immediately circulated the Vajra 5 Changes Art to recover his body. Whoosh! The fire Qilin was the first to rush out from the stone wall next to Ling Xiao. There was still blood at the corner of its mouth, and it had clearly suffered significant injuries. Boss, are you all right? The fire Qilin transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. I'm fine. Wait for a moment, I'll be fine after resting for a while, Ling Xiao said weakly. Just now, the natural wind bead and the blue demon fire bead had been fighting at the belly of the mountain. Both of them were precious treasures of heaven and earth, and their energy was enormous. Just the aftermath of their battle had left them in such a sorry state. If it weren't for Lu Wang's warning, they would have suffered a direct impact and died without a grave. Just as Ling Xiao was doing his best to recover from his injuries, the fire Qilin's nervous voice rang out. Bow! Boss! What is it? Ling Xiao asked. Those two beads are coming out. As a divine beast, the fire Qilin had broken through to the mid-4th level, and its intelligence was unlocked. It knew just how powerful the natural wind bead and the blue demon fire bead were. Now that it saw the two beads flying towards them, it couldn't help but become nervous. What? Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and immediately used his profound energy to struggle free. Hiss! Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air as the wounds on his body were pulled open. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the pit, the two pearls instantly appeared in front of him. Swoosh! The two beads instantly sank into Ling Xiao's head. What is this? Ling Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but pat his head as he muttered to himself. Boss, they're all inside your head. The flame Qilin immediately distanced itself from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a shocking pain in his head, as if his head was about to explode. Ah! Ling Xiao held his head and rolled down from the rock wall, letting out a frightening scream. His head had doubled in size, and it looked like it could explode at any time. His handsome face was distorted. The flame Qilin watched from a distance and revealed a worried expression. Boss won't die, right? Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been rolling on the ground. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. However, his head was still terrifyingly swollen, like a transforming monster. It was a disgusting sight. Seeing that Ling Xiao had fainted, the flame Qilin slowly walked to his side to protect him. At this moment, an astonishing change had occurred in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for why the two strange pearls had simultaneously entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, that was completely because the innate wind bead wasn't a match for the blue demon fire bead in the volcano. After all, the volcano had always been the blue demon fire bead's territory. It was surrounded by a powerful fire spiritual energy field, and it had the home ground advantage. Furthermore, the blue demon fire bead had existed for a longer time than the innate wind bead, and the energy it contained was even more terrifying. The innate wind bead knew that it wasn't a match for the blue demon fire bead, so it could only escape. Since it had already recognized Ling Xiao as its master, it naturally fled towards Ling Xiao and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for the blue demon fire bead, it was natural enemies with the innate wind bead. If the enemy wanted to escape, the blue demon fire bead naturally wouldn't let it. Thus, it chased after it and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness like the innate wind bead. At this time, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness had become another battlefield for the two pearls. The two pearls, one yin and one yang, fought against each other in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the innate wind bead had previously opened up a path for it, which prevented the two pearls from destroying his sea of consciousness. If it had been any other ordinary person, the sea of consciousness would have been smashed to smithereens as soon as the two pearls entered. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's Tenbin talent was extraordinary, and in addition to the fact that he had been cultivating the spirit controlling manual for over a year, his sea of consciousness had expanded several times its original size. That was how he was able to withstand the clash of the two pearls. However, this round of torture was inevitable. If Ling Xiao couldn't withstand it, he would definitely become an idiot, or even explode to death. However, if Ling Xiao only had the two pearls in his sea of consciousness, then naturally Ling Xiao would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had a small tree of unknown origin in his sea of consciousness. As a tree spirit, Lu Wang naturally wouldn't leave Ling Xiao in the lurch. If Ling Xiao died, he really wouldn't have anywhere else to stay. Furthermore, he felt that Ling Xiao was very much in line with his requirements. Once Ling Xiao absorbed the heaven and earth energy, it would be of great help to him. Damn it, why did these two pearls come here? This old man's nest is about to be destroyed by you too. Lu Wang moved the small tree to a corner and cursed inwardly. After that, he muttered to himself, "No, I can't go on like this. If this little fellow dies, this old man won't be any better off. I have to think of a way to deal with these two pearls." Lu Wang anxiously stroked his green beard as he fell into deep thought. After a while he gave a bitter smile and said, "This pearl's heaven and earth energy is so terrifying, I can't possibly eat it. What should I do?" Forget it. Forget it, it's fate. It looks like this old man's fate with this little fellow ends here. Lu Wang shook his head helplessly. At this time, he had already made up his mind to give up on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, when his sea of consciousness exploded, he would also be injured. That's right, if this old man can't deal with it, then why not let that little fellow do it? This is his territory. As long as he can control these two damned pearls, he'll be fine. Suddenly, Lu Wang seemed to have thought of a solution and patted his head. Yes, let's do that. Lu Wang made his decision and sat down cross-legged. His entire body released a green light and he instantly disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Not long after, the green light returned, and this time it was pulling Ling Xiao's soul along with it. Why am I back here? This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had entered his sea of consciousness. The last time he had entered his qi deviation, he had accidentally entered his sea of consciousness. Now that he had returned, he naturally knew that he was in his sea of consciousness. But now, his sea of consciousness seemed to have been divided into three parts. The largest part was occupied by a bluish-red glow, and the other was occupied by a grayish-black fog. The two were constantly devouring each other, but the grayish-black fog was showing signs of defeat. The last small part was occupied by a small tree. The green light it emitted could actually block the bluish-red glow and the grayish-black fog's devouring, and it occupied a relatively small area. Little friend, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Wang walked over to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao's expression darkened and he unhappily said, I trust you've been well since we last met? You really know how to joke. Can't you see that they've almost caused my sea of consciousness to explode? Hee hee, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Lu Wang laughed awkwardly. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Wang and asked, Elder Lu, do you have any way to stop them? There is a way. Lu Wang said. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao anxiously said, Since there is a way, Then hurry up and stop them. Could it be that you are willing to watch me die and not help me? Little friend, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man first. Lu Wang comforted. Please speak. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang expectantly. With life and death at stake, how could Ling Xiao not be anxious? I brought you here so that you can stop them. Lu Wang said. What? I can stop them? You think too highly of me. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The two pearls in front of him were both unique treasures of heaven and earth, and their power was rather frightening. Ling Xiao had experienced it firsthand. If he could stop them, he would need to be at least a mystic the arch-level super expert. Right now, he was only a small high-level mystic cultivator, and there was still a huge gap between him and a mystic the arch-level super expert. Why did he feel that this old man seemed to be tricking him? Little friend, listen to me first. Do you know what this place is? Lu Wang asked, keeping him in suspense. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, and he immediately said unhappily, Of course this is my spiritual sea. He cursed in his heart. This old man must have eaten the wrong medicine. Could it be that I don't even know my own spiritual sea? That's right. This is your spiritual sea, and this is also your territory. As the owner, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to stop them, right? Lu Wang tried to lead him on. Ling Xiao carefully mulled over Lu Wang's words and seemed to understand something. His anxious expression slowly calmed down, and he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, That's right. In this old man's territory, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to crouch for me. With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the soul-controlling art. The spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was slowly being gathered by him. The spiritual energy that he had cultivated for more than a year transformed into a vast expanse of formless light that first gathered towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the blue firelight and the grayish-black mist were pushed out by the spiritual energy into a small area, and this area was still gradually expanding. Right now, Ling Xiao wanted to gather the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea, and then think of a way to deal with the blue demon fire pearl together with the connate Yin wind pearl. After all, the connate Yin wind pearl had already recognized him as its master. As long as he could restrain the blue demon fire pearl, his crisis would naturally be easily resolved. Lu Wang slightly shifted his position and smiled as he stroked his green beard. If this child can subdue these two strange pearls at the same time, his future will be limitless. Chapter 222. Within Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness, it was strangely divided into 4 areas. 1 blue, 1 gray, 1 green, and 1 white. It was a magnificent sight to behold. When Ling Xiao gathered all the mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness, his entire being became ethereal. Only now did he realize that his soul could easily use the mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness. It was as if all the mental energy here would listen to him with a single thought. Ling Xiao could already see that the innate sinister wind bead was in a bad situation. The blue and red flames had already occupied more than half of the Sea of Consciousness, and the grayish-black mist had been compressed to a corner, as if it could be extinguished at any time. I'm coming! Ling Xiao exclaimed, and directed his mental energy to charge towards the center of the blue and red light. Mental energy was an invisible existence, and it was in his own territory, so it was not affected by the blue and red flames at all. It reached the center of the blue demon fire bead, and instantly enveloped it. The mental energy turned into countless sharp blades, and continuously attacked and split the energy of the blue demon fire bead. Xiao xiao. The blue demon fire bead seemed to have realized something, and quickly retracted the energy it was emitting. Ling Xiao naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately ordered the innate sinister wind bead to entangle the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead's energy. His mental energy increased, and he slashed at the blue demon fire bead again and again. Mental energy was the strangest attack in the world, and it could pass through anything to attack anything. The blue demon fire bead was full of energy, but it could not do anything to the invisible mental energy. The defense it formed was like an empty shell, and its explosive energy was slowly being consumed by the mental energy. Without any support, the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead was no match for the innate sinister wind bead. Soon, the innate sinister wind bead had extinguished the blue flames, and was gradually approaching the center of the blue demon fire bead. It even seemed to be excited. Under the combination of Ling Zhao's psyche and the innate Yin Wind Bead's Yin Wind Evil Qi, the blue demon fire bead's aura gradually weakened, and it kept retreating, as if it was trying to escape. Just a bit more. I'll be safe once I drive this little thing out. Ling Zhao's mental strength was almost completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he increased his strength, hoping that he could drive the blue demon flame bead out of his sea of consciousness as soon as possible. That way he would be safe. Little friend, don't let it escape. Take advantage of this opportunity to subdue it. It'll be extremely beneficial to you, warned Lu Wang. What subdue? Subdue it? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He really hadn't thought about it. He just wanted to chase this little thing out. Saving his life was more important. Yes, they're all supreme treasures of heaven and earth. They've long since gained sentience. However, subduing them isn't easy. It all depends on whether or not you have the ability to make it afraid. Make it feel like you can destroy it. Then you can convey your intentions to recruit it. If it doesn't submit, then destroy it. If it's willing to compromise, then place a spiritual imprint on it. In the future, it will belong to you, explained Lu Wang. All right, I'll try. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded, obeying Lu Wang's words. If such a supreme treasure were to belong to him, then that would be exactly what he wanted. For example, the innate Yin Wind Bead could allow him to use innate Yin Wind Evil Qi, resist fire poison, and also give him 100% wind attribute purity. If he subdued this blue demon fire bead, then his fire attribute purity would also reach 100%. As for what benefits it would bring him, that would have to wait until he subdued it to find out. Ling Xiao made up his mind. On one hand, he sent a message to the innate Yin Wind Bead, telling it to use all its strength to devour the blue demon fire bead and lock onto it so that it couldn't escape. On the other hand, he continued to use his mental energy to continuously attack the blue demon fire bead. The blue demon fire bead's aura was greatly weakened by the attacks from both sides. It was also restricted by the innate Yin Wind Bead, making it unable to struggle. If they were outside, the blue demon fire bead would be able to escape however it wanted. Even the innate Yin Wind Bead wouldn't be able to stop it, let alone Ling Xiao. But this was Ling Zhao's spiritual sea, which was equivalent to a completely different world. This place was completely under Ling Zhao's control. Furthermore, Ling Zhao's mental energy attacks were impossible to defend against. They greatly weakened the blue demon fire bead's energy, and at the same time, it also destroyed the energy it could release to resist the innate Yin Wind Bead. If this continued, the blue demon fire bead would sooner or later be destroyed by Ling Zhao's mental energy attacks. However, although it had consciousness, it didn't have any thoughts. It couldn't sense that Ling Xiao was already extremely weak. As long as it could hold on for a while longer, Ling Zhao's mental energy would be completely exhausted. At that time, the blue demon fire bead would lose its greatest threat and would be able to calmly leave. Lu Wang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. It looks like this little fellow isn't going to last much longer. What a pity. That's right. Ling Zhao's mental energy was almost completely exhausted. Damn, this little thing's energy is too strong. My mental energy has already been exhausted, but I still haven't been able to weaken it by even 1/10 of its energy. It looks like I can only give up. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to relax, a pleading message was transmitted over. He seemed to sense that the blue demon fire bead was begging for mercy. It's here. That's great. Ling Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He immediately tried to transmit his request through his thoughts. On the other side, the innate Yin Wind Bead had already completely devoured the blue demon fire bead's energy, and was about to wrap around the blue demon fire bead. Just now, it had been forced into a sorry state by the blue demon fire bead. Now, it had to return the favor. With the threat of the innate Yin Wind Bead, the blue demon fire bead didn't hesitate to send a message to Ling Xiao, choosing to submit. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the innate Yin Wind Bead to stop its attacks. Then, he used his remaining bit of mental energy to enter the center of the blue demon fire bead, leaving behind a strand of mental energy. This strand of mental energy was imprinted at the center of the blue demon fire bead. From now on, the blue demon fire bead would belong to Ling Xiao. Just as his mental energy formed a connection with the blue demon fire bead, a powerful energy was emitted. It seemed to want to become one with Ling Xiao. Little friend, hurry up and leave. It wants to give you back its original energy. If you absorb its original energy, it will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Lu Wen called out. Only then did Ling Xiao react. He responded and left his consciousness. Ling Xiao's soul returned to his corporeal body, and he only felt that the pain in his mind had already disappeared. Furthermore, from within his sea of consciousness, an unending stream of wild and explosive spiritual energy flowed out, forcefully replacing his original profound energy. Boss, are you all right? The fire Qilin immediately asked when it saw that Ling Xiao had woken up. I'm fine. Zizai, help guard me. I'm about to break through. Ling Xiao instructed. He turned around and opened a large hole in the rock wall. He dove in. Originally, Ling Xiao was already at the peak of the high-level Xian realm. Now that the blue demon fire bead had intentionally sent over its original energy, breaking through was imminent. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and the three parts returning to origin qi immediately began to quickly circulate. The three parts returning to origin qi cultivated three attributes at the same time. The spirit energy sent over by the blue demon fire bead was instantly absorbed and directed to the dantian. The ball of air in the dantian was already about to solidify. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, the ball of air was immediately replaced and compressed. It faintly became a thumb-sized multicolored bead. The color of this bead was slightly blue. The other colors were a bit lighter. This was the shape of Ling Xiao's new dantian. The solidification of the dantian was an important sign of stepping into the spirit master level. Reaching this step meant that the spirit master position had been established. At the same time, as the dantian grew, the martial artist's own strength would also continuously increase. After the dantian had solidified, the spirit energy continued to be sent over until the dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Only then did it spread to the surrounding meridians and acupoints. The three parts returning to origin qi had already been cultivated to the third rank. Before, Ling Xiao had already filled dozens of acupoints. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, those acupoints were filled up one by one. In just a short while, close to 100 acupoints had doubled in size. The acupoints were also filled with spirit energy. For a moment, those acupoints were like dazzling stars. The energy was very pure and vast. At the same time, Ling Xiao's aura was also continuously rising. Breaking through to the high-level Xian realm, with the addition of spirit energy, his aura suddenly reached an unprecedented level. In the blink of an eye, he became a low-level spirit master. His aura continued to rise. Not long after, he reached the intermediate level of a low-level spirit master, then the peak of a low-level spirit master. However, his aura still didn't show any signs of stopping. It was still singing loudly. It only stopped when he reached the intermediate level of a high-level spirit master. The acupoints in his body were also filled up to 200. As long as he filled up the remaining acupoints, he would be able to advance to the fourth rank of the three parts returning to origin qi. Ah! Ling Xiao opened his tiger eyes that were flashing with fire. He couldn't help but let out a scream. His body shook and a powerful aura spread out. Rumble! The cave he was in was shaken by him. A cloud of dust filled the cave entrance. A handsome figure slowly walked out from within. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have grown a bit taller. That handsome face had a devilish smile that could instantly kill any young girl in love. Those exposed muscles were firm yet well-proportioned. They looked very strong. Moreover, there were a few strands of scorching spirit energy attached to them. It gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness. Haha, I've actually reached the spirit master level. Ling Xiao faced the sky and laughed wildly. He had waited for this day for a long time. He didn't think that this time he would profit from a disaster. He broke through to intermediate-level spirit master in one go. Moreover, his power was very solid. As long as he could balance out the other attributes of his spirit energy, breaking through to high-level spirit master wouldn't be a problem at all. He was very confident that as long as he focused on cultivation, he would definitely reach high-level spirit master within a year. The stronger a fighter was, the more energy they needed. Every time they broke through a level, they would need more energy than before. Naturally, the accumulation time would also be longer. However, a fighter like Ling Xiao who had just entered intermediate-level Spirit Master and had the confidence to reach high-level Spirit Master in a year was very rare. However, a lucky opportunity like Ling Xiao's wasn't something everyone could obtain. Even if some people obtained an opportunity like Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to turn danger into safety like Ling Xiao. They would die before they could obtain any benefits. That wouldn't be called an opportunity, but a disaster. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.